Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Everyone okay? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can I hear? Good morning. Good morning for people online also. And welcome everyone here. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And we are going to kick off the .NET Conf 2019. My name is Jose, and I have
Who don't power on the microphone? I am Giorgio.
Okay, so we are going to be your host for this for the morning session for today, and before we start, there are some announcements and some messages I would like to bring to you, right? The first one, thank you to arrive early, right? You are an early bird, and thank you for to be here with us. And I really expect that you finish the day here today and learning something, right? Discovering something that you didn't knew about .NET, or you make some connection. You meet someone that you don't see long time ago, right? I strongly believe that few of us here we have seen each other during years already. Living in Thailand, living in Bangkok. Me at least, I see some of the face at least in the audience that I know before. But with these 2 years of conference and COVID, right, was very hard to meet you in face to face. So I'm really happy to be here today and in this stage, and you are here, and I can catch up with you. I can see you. We can catch up during our coffee breaks. So please, during the coffee breaks, say a hi to your friend. Try to meet new people. Introduce yourself. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. And this is what community is about, right? It is a lot more than just we be here try to teach you and lecture you something. This is about we be here together and to celebrate this day, right? So a big applause for you that are here learning, and thank you very much for all the speakers and the conference and the sponsors of the conference. Definitely this could not be possible without you. Woo!
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you for really a big thank you for all the supporters of the conference, right? And welcome to the .NET Conf 2022. This is our 50 years of conference, and we started in 2018 in a very small event, and over the years we grow. For this year, we were preparing something special, right? I think I hope you like what we prepared for you, right? So let's see what we have in the menu for today, right? We are going to start. We are going to start the conference with you, Will. Can I ask you applause for Will, please? So Will is going to be opening our conference, our keynote for the day, and his conference is going to be what's new in .NET 11.
After we have, I lost him. Where is? Okay. There is the who teach us about how put inside a container and deploy this container inside the KS, our .NET applications. Please give him an applause, please, because they come here because they know that we make the applause handmade. It's not fake.
So Veravat, he's from Microsoft. So Microsoft sent us as a special speaker, and there is a lot of nice content in this talk. So don't lose the talk of Veravat. So on 10:30 until almost 11, we are going to have a coffee break, right? And we have some coffee outside. Feel free to go pick some coffee, take a break, right? And the toilet is going to be, if you leave the conference, you go to the left, right? You go into the kitchen, you are going to find the toilets there, right? The exit is basically where you saw the entrance also, okay? And coffee break. We are going to have lunchtime. The lunch is going to be in the kitchen. I'm going to talk about the lunch. But thank you very much for the sponsors of the conference. And we are providing a coffee break and the lunch for free for all of us. And this would not be possible without the sponsors. So I would like to ask you a round of applause for the sponsors of the conference. Okay, after the coffee break, we have Nakorn from TT Software. He's going to be speaking about what's new in .NET 7 for authentication and authorization. Right, his talk is going to be shortly after the coffee break. It starts at 11 a.m.
After there is Joel that need to come to say us and show us how build a pivot path for the engineer that are working with the .NET technologies. And Joel, I meet Joel and working with Joel in Agoda, and I guess that his talk will be pretty interesting from the engineer point of view and from the management point of view. That I suggest you to don't miss that, because you can learn something good for your career and for your experience. Here there is, thank you very much. Here there is the lunch and the lunch break and the networking. Jose already explained where you can go to find the lunch. We are in Saturn, in Channonsea, so you can go. We extend this time. This time Jose say, come to me and say, I want it. Okay, we need to extend the lunchtime. So you can go, you have 2 hours, and you can, if you don't find here the refreshment, please, you can go and come back, but you need to come back. Because we want to see you during the afternoon, because there is a very important talk during the afternoon.
Yeah. And about the lunch and network, this is one of the feedbacks from the previous conference, from the previous years. We usually was limiting the time for the lunch for 1 hour, right? But it's hard for you to have a conversation and also have your food in 1 hour, okay? So we are going to give you some more time. You can have some time to talk with your friends. You have a PlayStation 7 Pix that has a nice banner outside, so you have some time to go there, play some video games, okay, and have some time to talk with the speakers, ask your questions, and try to enhance your networking, okay. And we are hiring. Many companies here are hiring, and we have one of sponsors is a hiring agents. You can finish the conference with a lead of a job, right? Try to use this time to talk and explore what we have in the conference. And after the break, right, we are going to have GitChat with augmented reality and machine learning. I'm always impressed by GitChat talks. It's always amazing to see what he brings to us. So I
Don't,
would like to ask you also an applause for GitChat.
I'm very curious because I saw the previous one last year
Mhm.
that show us in the .NET. I'm very curious about what he want to present this year.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Very excited
Very
too. Yes,
excited.
don't
Like
lose that,
uh,
please.
it's like really nice stuff. Like just to let you a spoiler, few years ago he built a kind of game to demo to us in the conference. It was very amazing.
Guide that is here just in time to take the
Yeah.
applause, please.
Yeah. Woo!
You miss. I'm sorry. That show us how deploy the .NET workload in Red Hat OpenShift. And honestly, I'm curious too to see this. So I wait your talk, and I will not miss that.
Okay, and moving on. At 3 a.m., sorry, 3 p.m., 3 a.m., 3 a.m., I hope you are sleeping, right? At 3 p.m., we have a coffee
Sometimes.
break, okay? Another half hour for you to have a coffee, to have a moment to talk with people. And I hope you enjoy our coffee breaks. And after that, we have serverless with Dinan, right? Serverless with .NET presented by Dinan. right? So I would like to ask a round of applause for Dina and also. So, few of us, we are the second time presenting the conference, right? I think for Dinan is the first time. So, personally, Dinan, I would like to say a big thank you for being part of the event today. And I hope you enjoy, and I'm looking forward to see your content. And
Vabbè,
yeah,
okay, I present you as there is Jose that every year for every .NET conference he come here and want to speak about the ASP.NET Core, and today we find him here again to what you want to show about the ASP.NET Core.
uh,
Can you give us some spoiler, or will be always the
I'm
bothering speech that you have every year?
I'm going to show you that ASP.NET Core is faster than Node.js by 11 times.
Oh, surprise,
Yeah.
surprise! Yes, easy peasy.
No, yeah.
Okay, like skip
Th-
about him because it's not an important one.
yeah. Thank you very much for this. Few of you know my face from the conference already, and it's a pleasure to be here speaking to you today. And
Biggest return, Aaron, that will come back from I don't know where, someplace in the world, and he will show us about the new feature of the Entity Framework Core 7 about regarding the performance and the query optimization. Is Aaron will cover always this kind of matter and subject. He can find his code, his piece of code on the website Code Sanook, and he will be the last speaker, I guess. Yes,
yeah.
and please, seems that this argument is simple, but his subject, what he's going to teach you and show you is very interesting, and you can reuse every day at your work. So please stay until his talk, because you will find that more than interesting.
Okay. And moving on, we have the closing. After Aaron's, we are going to have just a closing, take some pictures together, right? Mostly that. And I also would like to say a big thank you for our community that make this event happen. And .NET Thailand is our place where we usually post and update small blog posts, right? And if you are interested to follow us, you can scan this QR code. You can also join us in our Facebook page, .NET Thailand in Facebook page. I believe this was how many of us got connected and how we meet each others, right? And I will say I really recommend you to join us there. We have Twitter handlings, right? If you are excited and if you want to tweet about the conference, right, you can use .NET Conf th, right? And the conference is going to be live streaming in the Microsoft channels. And if you tweet, right, with the hashtags .NET channels, they are going to retweet, right? And our speakers and sponsors, I would like to say a big thank you for our sponsors, because without you, this event will not be possible. The first one, TT Software, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Here there is a 7pix software that every year give us a good help to organize this conference and cover the spamming over the social media, and help us to cover the part for the graphics and the marketing and audience over the possible channel where we can find you and you can find us. So also big thanks to 7pix that help us.
Thank you. Woo! Best company for .NET developers in Bangkok. And so move on. We also have these year's gummy bears, tech recruitment. They are sponsored the conference. You are going to find Kevin or Shane outside there. And if you are looking for a job, 7pix is hiring. You can talk with Gummy Bears also. Okay, and last but not
Not the
least,
least.
Microsoft. Thank you very much for Microsoft and also Gummy Bear. I will ask you a round of applause for both. Okay, and this is all from my session. So I would like to invite Will now for the presentation. And thank you very much. These are our community partners. So Will, and we are welcome.
Okay.
Let's give a
Will,
round of applause for Will. Yeah.
Will this year don't want to come. So we say, Will, please come. We make the applause is handmade, it's not fake. We don't hire no one to make the applause or the like. Please come. I have to say, okay, I will come and show this. Will, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let me just go ahead and get some timers started. Great, okay. So today we're going to talk about what's new in C# 11. So before we get started, I want to say thank you for coming, right? And thank you especially for Jose and everybody on your hard work on this conference. We really do appreciate it. So today in C# 11, right, we're going to talk about a bunch of new features. So my name is Will Fuqua. I work at Jet Abroad Thailand, and we are also hiring. And this presentation is a Jupyter notebook, right? If you'd like, you can go follow this link, bit.ly/Thailand C# 11. All right, click this link. And you will go to this repository where you can download the Jupyter notebook and you can play around with the new features yourself. So this Jupyter notebook, it's running in .NET Interactive. So you can download the Polyglot Notebooks extension in Visual Studio, right? And this is an executable presentation. So you can take a look at all these new features, play around with them, edit them, right? And sort of see how they work. So C# 11 was released last month, and it has a whole bunch of new features. There's like a huge amount. We're going to try to cover them all today in about 45 minutes. I put the most sort of important and impactful features in the front. So we'll talk about them first. As we get toward the end, right, we'll cover some of the other ones you might not really see day to day, but they're still worth knowing about in case you do see them. All right. The first thing we're going to talk about is raw string literals. So this is a new type of string syntax in C#. Let's see, I need to type with the microphone. All right, well, thank you very much. Let's see. So we know, actually, maybe if I put this like, can people still hear me? People can still hear me okay? Yeah, okay, great. I'll just do, screen's a little bit dark, huh? Okay, all right. Can people see the code okay?
Works in my machine?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can do. Yeah, I think so. It's gonna make some of my code examples a little bit funny in the future. All right, there we go. How's that? Yeah, is that better? Easy to read? Okay. Cool. So let's get started with raw string literals. So we all know the sort of the normal string syntax, right? This is just a string here. Right, and say you have some, maybe some JSON, right? Maybe you have some unit test or something. You do some mock JSON, right? You could represent it like this, right? This is a JSON string. It's hello world. If I run this, right, I can go down and look at the outputs, right? Then we see hello world like this, right? It's nicely formatted, right? Opening brace, new lines, some indentation, more new lines, and a closing brace, right? So this is okay, right? But it's harder to read than it needs to be, right? This string does not look like this output. So previous versions of C# added verbatim strings to help with that, right? So a verbatim string, this is not a new feature in C# 11. We've had this for a while, but you can see this is a little bit closer, right, to the output, right? So when I run it, it's the output here, right? It's all the same output. The problem with this, while the new lines are nice, right, you still have to double up on quotes everywhere, right? We have double quotes here. It's still kind of escaping the quotes, but we are escaping the quotes with double quotes. So it's okay, right? Although things get a little bit more weird if we start trying to do some interpolation. It gets a little bit harder to read. So for here, I have this hello world JSON, again, as a verbatim string. I'm going to do some. Thank you. All right. I'm going to do some interpolation, right? I'm going to run this, and it's not working, right? I tried to do the interpolation string. That's not interpolating, right? Does anybody know what I have to do here to make it interpolated? Use $sign. That's right. Okay. I use the $sign, and I get a compiler, right? That still doesn't work, right? That's step one you have to do, right? Anybody know why this is not working? It's a little bit harder, right? What you have to do is you have to go to your curly braces that are not part of the string interpolation and double them up as well, right? So I do that. Now, finally, that's working as expected, but that's a little bit tricky, right? You're having to go modify other parts of the string that are not really related to the part you care about, right? I don't really care about these double quotes, right? But I have to double them up anyway. I don't really care that this is not about string interpolation, but because there's a conflict with the string interpolation characters, I have to go modify those. So this is starting to look less and less like real JSON, right? It's still pretty far from here. So now raw string literals are trying to solve this problem. And I think, is it Mads Torgerson, the lead designer of C#, is trying to say this is the last type of string syntax we will need, right? He's trying to basically solve these problems that we've covered here, right, with this new string syntax. It's all just a string, right? The type is still string. There's no different types here. It's just the syntax for initializing it. So here we can see our raw string literal. Now, right off the bat, we can see that this exactly matches the output, right? So it handles the new lines, right? We don't have to double quote things. We start it with a triple opening quote, and we end it with a triple opening quote, right? And so there's no escaping required here, right? So now you might say, okay, well, that's fine, but what if I did want to have, maybe some triple quote inside my string, right? That's a valid thing. What happens there? Now, rather than modifying the parts of the string inside the actual string you care about, you modify the outside of the string. So now here, if I run this, right, you see what's inside the string still exactly matches what I'm printing, right? So rather than modifying the inside of the string, you're modifying the outside of the string. So what remains inside the string is still exactly what you want to see. I'm going to go back and get rid of this and send this back here. Oh, I should also say that you can, it's unbounded, right? If I did want to have, 4 strings, right, then I just need the outside to be 5 strings, right? So you can just have n+1, right, strings on the outside. And what remains inside your string is always what you see printed to the screen. Okay, so now I'll go back here. And, with the verbatim strings, things started getting a little bit messed up when I did interpolation, right? Things got harder to read when I was doing interpolation. So now let's go and see what interpolation looks like. So again, just like the above verbatim string. Oh, I lost a, there we go. Okay. If I have my verbatim, my interpolated value here, I go here. So this is still not going to work for the same reason as the verbatim string, right? We don't want that to start interpolation. That's sort of just part of our string. We do want this to be interpolation. So what we can do here is in the interpolated value, in the placeholder, right? We can do something like this, right? So we're saying $2, right? So that means 2 braces start interpolation. If I wanted to have, again, just like the incrementing the quotes, if I did want to have, for some reason, 2 of these, right, then I can just increment here. It's now $3 means that 3 curly braces start the interpolation. So if I run this, right, we see it works as expected, right? So again, what's in here closely matches what's actually printed to the screen. Okay. Oh, and it's worth saying that if I just had a normal interpolated string with no curly braces at all, right? Let's pretend just curly braces are not a problem, right? So we have something like this, right? So in this case, I got rid of the curly braces, and then you just have a normal $sign as normal, right? So the happy case where you don't have any curly braces inside your type, it's all just the normal $sign. But when you start needing to have curly braces inside your string, then you have a way of modifying the outside of the string. So what remains inside your string is always faithful to to what you're printing on the screen or printing or in the string itself. Okay, one more feature that we have in interpolated strings. Right now I have top level statements in my notebook, right? But in real life, you're probably going to be in some sort of function, right? You might have some level of nesting, right? With verbatim strings, the older feature in C#, right? If I say add some indentation here, you see my string is indented, right? So I can't have an easy to read string without or with indentation, because then that indentation shows up in the string. And that means that maybe you probably all in your code bases, if you had something like this, you might shove the string all the way on the left side of the screen, right? Like, and it doesn't match the indentation. So verbatim strings have that problem. Raw string literals also solve this problem. If I were to say, indent this, let me go ahead and add some JSON back and make this back to a simple string. Like that. Okay, so here, this raw string literal is down here with no indentation. If I say I wanted to maybe indent that and run it, you see there's no indentation. Even though I indented this string, C# was smart enough to trim that leading indent. So the way that works is that the level of this closing quote says trim the indentation that's before, right? So it's going to, this is what, 4 spaces, right? So it's going to trim 4 spaces from all lines of the string. So that way I can have nice indented code, right? But not have all my extra white space in some, you know, if I have hard coded string values or something like that. So I can prove that here by, say I move it like that. So now there's 0 indent here, right, in that closing string. So now my entire string is indented because that leading white space was not trimmed. So in these cases where we have, you know, some complex strings, I think we mostly see it in, you know, unit tests and mock data, stub data like that. But it works, you know, outside of unit tests, just a normal C# feature. I think we'll see this used a lot in our code. Okay, and then one final improvement to strings is in previous versions of C#, so C# 10 and before, if you had string interpolation, you couldn't have new lines in your interpolated value, right? So say I had something like this. Maybe I want to do something with this greeting variable, right? So I'll have a interpolated string. And I'll say, I don't know, greeting dot to upper, I don't know, maybe I'll trim it just for fun, right? Like that. This is now valid, right? It works if I run it. Right, it's going to, oh, I actually have to print it, I suppose, or I can just return it. Right, we can see that this greeting was uppercase and trimmed. In previous version of C#, this wouldn't compile. It didn't accept new lines in the interpolated value. Now you can have new lines in your interpolated value. Okay, so that is raw string literals. Next up, we're going to talk about generic attributes. We're seeing a theme in C# 11 about trying to reduce the need for reflection, right? Reduce the need for generated code. It's always better if just your C# has, you know, compile time behavior. You don't need to use reflection, stuff like that. Reflection results in runtime errors, which could show up in production. It's also slower, right? And so we have a couple of features, generic attributes included, that help reduce the need for reflection and stuff like that. Okay, so in this example, this is not using generic attributes. We're going to update this to use generic attributes. So let's say I had some class, and that class needs some special JSON serialization behavior, right? One way you could do that is to implement some JSON converter. I've collapsed this implementation of the JSON converter because it's not important, right? But you could use a JSON converter here that has some special behavior that customizes the serialization of this object. And maybe we want to have some way of relating this class with its converter, with its special serialization logic, right? And we could do that via an attribute, right? Maybe have some custom serializer attribute I've put down here. And before C# 11, the only way to associate this type with this type was to use type of, right? And then just a normal attribute, right? You pass in that to the constructor, right? You have some type and some serializer. But if you have this type type, you've already kind of lost, right? It already sort of means you're going to have to do something with reflection, right? Because once you have this type, right, there's no other way to really call generic APIs or something like that. You're sort of locked down this runtime path already. So what generic attributes do, as you might expect, right? Now instead of saying type of, I can pass in this generic type here like that, right? I need to make my attribute generic here. Maybe I'll call this T converter or something. And then this is a generic type. Now I can call generic APIs with my generic type, right? If I do need that type object for some reason, right? I could do something like that if I really did need it, right? Or if I just had some other generic API, I don't even need the type at all, right? I can just call that generic API with my type variable here. So that's nice. I mean, that's a little bit of an improvement, right? It helps with, some faster code, right? We no longer really have to use reflection in our attributes, but there's another benefit. Right now, in the old code, if I were to have my type like this, a non-generic attribute, nothing's stopping me from passing in a date time, right? It's just a type of object, right? There's no constraints, right? And so that's, again, another case where that's not a compile error. That'd be a runtime error. You have to do some check, right? You have to go do some validation in your attribute to make sure that you have the right type. So when we have this generic type, we can use generic type constraints, right? Just a built-in feature in C# that we've always had, right? So I'll add back this T converter type. And then just as you would expect, we can say where T converter is maybe a JSON converter, for example, right? I do that. And you see, I get a compile time error, right? Saying, hey, this date time, it's not a type JSON converter. And so then that's a whole class of validation I can forget about, right? Everything becomes a compile time error, which we like. We like compile time errors compared to runtime errors. So that's just trying to make everything a little bit more better, reduce reflection, make stuff faster. So that's useful. This next feature is huge, right? This is a really nice feature. I think C# has been trying to add this for years, like almost a decade. They've been trying to sort of design this well, and this is a major feature. Is static abstract methods or members. It can be a method or a property. So again, we're going to start with the problem here, right? And talk about how this feature helps solve the problems. So the problem is, how do you store metadata on a type, right? If it's just normal data in a type, it can just be a property, right? It can just be a member inside the class, right? Where you have some instance field, right? Or property like that. But sometimes you want to store metadata with a type that's not related to an instance, but it's related to the type itself. So for example, if we had some, database entity, for example, right, a class that represents a table, you might want to store what is the table associated with that class, right? That's not really information about the instance itself. It's not related to a record, but it is related to the sort of the type. Another example is if you had maybe a controller, for example, ASP.NET controller, you might want to associate a route with that controller, right? We've all seen that sort of setup. So you can do attributes, or you could do it as static properties before C#11, right? Those are sort of your main two choices, right? But they both have downsides. For the static property, right, there's no way to have something generic. If I want to have a generic function that can maybe, create a database table from all my entities, there's no way to reference this on a generic type, right? It's just associated specifically with this type. I can only say user.table, right? I can't do anything else with it. I could do attributes, and then I can generically write a function, right? But that requires reflection again, right? And again, we're trying to sort of minimize reflection. Reflection means runtime errors, right? Some slower code paths, right? So this is a feature that'll help replace that. So if I did have this attribute, and I wanted to issue some delete from SQL string, here's the reflection I could use to go look up my type of T, right? Go find the table attribute, go read the table property, and then I could use that table name, right? This table name would be dbo.users. And this is the kind of code we're trying to avoid, right? We really don't want to do reflection. So here's where we can use abstract static members. So here we have this class, we have this static string here, but this time I'm implementing an interface, right? And here in my interface, I can say static abstract string table, and maybe that's a get only like that. And that compiles, right? So this is new, that you can have static abstract in the interface. And so now that I have this, right, now I can rewrite my delete records to be compile time verified, not need reflection at runtime. And I can just directly reference t dot table, right? So this is var, maybe I'll say string table name equals t dot table, right? So this is a generic type. We've constrained this generic type to the interface. And now we can say t dot table, and this would be users. If I call delete records with a user type, if I had, an orders table, for example, I could call t dot table and come back with orders. So this is a way of associating metadata with a type itself in the cases where I don't necessarily want an instance. You might see something a little bit confusing here, right? This generic type constraint seems a bit confusing, right? It's almost recursive, right? I have this t. I'm saying the t must be an iDatabase entity of t, right? That's a little bit confusing, right? I think you'll see this in C++ sometimes. It's called the curiously recurring template, right? I think there's also a concept of this in type theory, but just watch out for this when you're using this feature. That's a little bit counterintuitive, right? That's almost like a recursive constraint. But the reason we do that is because we can now constrain this t to an iDatabase entity. And so then we can say I is a t.table. So this is a really nice feature. I think we'll probably see this a lot when we have factory patterns, right? You have some, static class, you want to create some instance, right? This will really help when you have factory patterns in our code, that this can now be compile time, check to compile time with no, runtime issues or anything like that. So the main application of static abstract members that you'll see if you're reading blog posts, stuff like that, is generic math. And this is one reason that Microsoft added this. We can use this in our own code for static abstract members, but generic math is where you'll see it used the most in C#. So for example, say we have a very simple function here. We take a int array of numbers, right? And then we calculate a sum, right? And this is specific for ints, right? Great, this function works, I hope. Yep, great, it outputs 6. But then if I were to say, oh, well, actually, I don't have, 1, 2, 3, actually I have 1, 2.53 or something, that doesn't work, right? I want to keep my int functions, but then I might need to have something like basically copy paste this guy here. And maybe I have like a double here, a double there. This I think needs to be 0 like that, right? I basically sort of need to copy paste, right? And then that works. This will then call the double version, right, and print out 6 again. But I have some code duplication here. So if I try to do this generically, let's say I wanted to implement t here, t here. So we input t, and we get back a t, right? This is again not working, right? This var sum is a t, but there's no constraint on here, right? And one of the problems, we don't have a concept of 0, right? So what does 0 mean? What we can do now is we can do this thing where we say where t is a I number of t, right? This is still not working, right? Oh, I think I need using system, is it numerics? I think it is. Yes, great. So now we still don't have this 0, right? You don't know if this I number is going to be necessarily 0. But what we can do is we can say on our t, access a static abstract member called 0. And now int will implement this with a int 0, double with a double 0. You have some custom number type. Maybe you have a fraction or something like that, right? Like it'll also work with this. So there's some pull requests in .NET where basically they took all this, link and internal methods and stuff like that and some public methods, and they were able to delete a lot of code, right? By getting rid of all the sort of copy pasted special code for all the very different number types. And then they have this 0 here. If we want to be a little bit geeky, right? Like 0, you could actually say additive identity here, right? That is the identity value for addition, right? You also have the multiplicative, I think it is, identity, right? Multiplicative identity for most numbers would be 1, right? You implement anything, multiply 1 times anything, it's going to be that anything. So we have system.numerics here. And if we go look at this function here, let me get this. Oh. Oh, where did that go?
Houston, we got a problem.
There we go. There it is. Screen resolution problem.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Paid programming here.
Yeah. Hey, there we go. Now hyperlinks are working, right? If we go look at the int32 type, let me zoom this in a little bit, right? We can now see that the int32 implements a bunch of different interfaces, right? It has I-signed number. If I go take a look at that, right? It implements I-number base. So now there's a bunch of interfaces. So we can have generic math, and all of these functions, have these concepts of static abstract members. And if I went down and looked at some of the other ones, you can see some other static abstract members, sort of so we can look at stuff generically. So this helps with generic math, but then we can use the same static abstract for our own abstractions, right? Our own generic code as well. Okay. All right. Next up, we have required members. Required members are a improvement to our object initializers. So recently, we've been getting a lot more improved object initializers, right? For example, in previous versions of C#, we got a NET, right? And now we have something called required. It's a new keyword. So say I have this public class person. This public class person has a first name, middle name, and last name. Now that might not be the best object-oriented design, right? But just use case for our example, right? We have first name, middle name, and last name. So if I have nullable enabled, right, which we all should, we have this first name and last name. We're getting some warnings, right? It's saying non-nullable property first name must contain a non-null value. So in previous versions of C#, you could just use the bang operator, right, and override it. That's not great, right? What you'd have to do is you have to sort of add a constructor, right? So saying when I initialize this, right, I have my first name, my middle name, and my last name, right? But this is kind of a lot of code, right, just to solve some warnings. It also gets a little bit hard when you add a constructor. Maybe that makes it a little bit hard to serialize things, right? You might have to, if you're doing serializing to JSON or something else, right, you might have to go look into your framework and see how to, designate a specific constructor. It also gets a little bit hard. So say I want, some other constructor. Right now I'm saying I require middle name, right? Maybe middle name is nullable here. Maybe I want to do something like that, right? So then I start getting more and more constructors, right? More and more code. And if I have some derived type, I'm so sad I have to update this to false now. Use dark mode. Okay. This is now a compile time error, right? Because this derives from person. I need to now generate a whole bunch of more constructors, basically just forward all those types, all those fields down to my base classes. And anytime I update this constructor, I have to go update all my derived classes as well, right? So it's a little bit harder than it really needs to be, right? It works, but could be better. So the required keyword helps with that. So I'm now going to delete these constructors. I'm going to say that because first name is not nullable, I'm going to say it's required. I'm going to go to the last name, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to say it's required. So now I don't have to update any of my derived classes, right? I get this required constraint without having to write a whole bunch of constructors. I don't have to go, find special serialization attributes and stuff like that to help understand other libraries, how to understand my constructors. And now you can see I have a compile time error here on my object initializer. I can fix that here by adding last name, right? So now by marking this as required, again, everything's a compile time error, right? And I can say here, first name and last name. And I have a very nice syntax without having to write a whole bunch of constructors. Also don't have to worry about any derived types like that. So that is the required attribute. This works great with init as well, right? There's sort of orthogonal features, but I can also have something init only, right? That's a previous version of C#. And now I can say they're required, and I just have a very nice way of initializing values with my object initializer. Okay, list pattern matching. So hopefully we all know pattern matching. We've seen it in some previous versions of C#, right? It's a relatively newer feature in C#, and then every version of C# adds more and more patterns that we can use in our pattern matching. So here, this is pattern matching in lists. really, they call it list pattern matching. It's a little bit wider than that. It works with arrays, it works with lists, it works with some other types like that. They call it list pattern matching as a nice shorthand. So here I have a array 1, 2, 3, and I'm checking, is it 1, 2, 3 here? And this is the new syntax in C# 11, right? Allowing us to pattern match on lists. So if I run this, we get true, good, it works. So that's sort of like the most basic use of the feature, right? But in C#, pattern matching is recursive, right? That's something we've had for a while, recursive pattern matching. You can add more interesting patterns inside other values. So for example, here, I could say, is it greater than or equal to 1? Is it, I don't know, is it 2? And then maybe is it less than or equal to 3, right? I can have some recursive constraints here. And this works with anything. I could have a string, right, in my own custom objects, right? I can sort of pattern match here. Now, I might not care, what's in the middle, right? So I can still use discards, right? I might not really want to have a single pattern for every single element in the array, right? I might not know how long I have. Maybe I just want to pattern match the first element. So then I can use the range syntax here and say, does it start with 1? So I can run that. Yes, it starts with 1. And I can also do various different captures, right? This, again, is not really new to C# 11 that you can do captures like this, but the feature works well with previous versions. So I can say, I want to get the first, and then I want to get the rest, right? Like, so now the first one is going to be here. Now the rest will be an array with 2 and 3. So if I say, string dot join rest, for example, right? Now the rest is 2, 3. So I can capture this. Here's maybe a more interesting example, right? So this is just pattern matching. And of course, pattern matching works really well with the new switch statements. So I could, if I want to format a name here, right? I have my name Peter Parker, right? I want to format it to Parker Peter, right? So we can have this var surname, right? Or if I don't have anything, right? Maybe, let's see, is this like this? Or maybe it's, I should say string.split. Like that. Good. Got the right overload. Right, there we go. So split it based on space, right? Like I get the empty array, right? We say, oh, they're anonymous, right? I say Joe, John, yeah, so we should go Joe Doe, yeah, Joe Doe, right? We get Doe Joe, right? A little bit.
James Bond.
Yeah. And then we can say Joe, maybe a middle name, right? Joe Smith, right? Like in that case, we have 3 attributes, right? 3 elements. Say get bytes, right? That would execute at runtime at startup. You could cache that or something like that, or you could maybe have a byte array or something with some, specific byte codes. You could say I have a byte array with 65, 66, 67. But that's harder to read. It's much nicer if we have strings. So this new feature, UTF-8 literals, right? We have this ABC U8 suffix, and that'll be a UTF-8 encoded string. Really, the main case we want to use this if we're doing some high performance work, right? Maybe we're constructing HTTP headers, right? And we want to say that, there's the authorization header is a hard coded string in our code, right? That's going to be UTF-8. We might not want to have the startup cost of, calculating the UTF-8 bytes on our web server when we go up, right? It's much nicer if it's a ABC with a U8 directly. So we get that at compile time, not at runtime. And about this ABC U8, the underlying type here is, let's see, read-only span. It doesn't work in this notebook, but you can see that it's a read-only span of bytes is this side right here. Okay, and now we're getting into some of the stuff that's just some minor quality of life improvements, right? We have name of extended scope, right? So again, looking at nullables, right? You can see a possible null reference assignment here, right? We have our uppercase function. We take in a nullable string, right? We return a nullable, right? And then if it's null, we're just going to return null. So it's possible you have a nullability issue here that we're just saying it's a string that's not null, right? C# doesn't know our custom function, how that behaves. It's not going to be able to go analyze our code and be perfect. So what we have is these not null if null attributes. These are not new in C# 11 again, right? This is just the normal nullability feature that we've had for a while. And we can say that this function does not return null if the input is not null. In C# 10, this would not compile. All right. In C# 10, you could not say name of input. It's not smart enough to say, oh, if you say input here to go look at this attribute right here, or this parameter right here. C# 11, they've extended the scope. So now you can do this and it works as expected. So that means in C# 10 code, we would have had to do something like this, right? And had a string. And then of course that if I rename that, then that's out of date, right? So by making name of work in this scenario, now that will work as expected. Okay, auto default structs. I'm going to go through it a little bit quickly. I think I have about 6 minutes left. Yeah. So go through this quickly. Luckily, these are all simpler features now. They're all smaller features. Good to know about, but not as big as the other ones we've covered. So auto default struct, in previous versions of C#, you had to initialize all of your fields if you didn't initialize it. But structs, you had to literally set everything equal to 0 if you didn't need to set it. That's been relaxed. So now this is valid C#, that maybe I have a measurement struct. I have a value and description properties, right? I can set both, that's fine. But maybe I don't want to set the value. Maybe I just want to say, oh, you can put in a description of the measurement and we'll just default to 0, for example, right? In this case, this would not compile, right? This would throw an error saying, hey, you have to initialize the value property. Now you don't have to do that. Behind the scenes, all this is doing is just inserting a line that says value equals 0 for you, right? It's just initializing it for you, right? But that's just a nice little quality of life improvement. Okay, file local types. In this case, we actually need files. So I'm going to switch over here. I still have a dark theme, but hopefully if I just zoom in, right, people can see that okay. Is that okay? Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, people can still see this?
Okay.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Cool.
Okay. So for file local types, we have a new access modifier, right? Say I have a public class person here, and then maybe I have some generated code here, right? And maybe that's doing something interesting, right? And generating a person type for me, right? Something like that. If I build this, right, I'm going to get an error saying, hey, there's duplicate person types. Maybe in my generated code, I don't want to conflict with the code that I'm actually writing, right? So what I would have to do is I'd have to go through and maybe, manually append a GUID, right? Like, or search the assembly and make sure I don't have any conflicts, right? Now in our generated code, we can use this file. And what this means is this person class is only available in this file, in this specific file. The main point of this feature is for source generators, right? For source generators, we're generating a lot of code, right? There's a lot of common patterns that every single source generator had to look at, right? Do some reflection, some assembly scanning, make sure things weren't being conflicted, right? So now we have this file. It's mostly meant for source generators, not really writing it by hand, right? But it does exist if you're looking at a source generator. This will make source generators faster as well, because there's no reflection required. They don't have to go manually do their own, scanning to make sure they're not having any conflict, right? So we can just have this file. Pattern match spans. We're going to stay into Visual Studio for this. Before in C#, right, I could not pattern match spans, right? So if I want to say chars is ABC for some reason, right, that would not work. I could not pattern match spans. You can also use this. It works really nicely with the list. So if I say chars is ABC, right, like this, that also works, right? So if I run this, I think I fixed all the compile errors, right? Both of those work, right? You can see successfully pattern matched there.
Will, do you want to receive some questions? Do you want to ask if there is some question? Do you want to go?
Let me go through very quickly.
Fine.
Yeah. And I'm happy to answer questions, after the talk, right? Or we can also work through. So just some minor stuff, performance improvements. Before in C#, these are equal to each other, right? But this was slower than this, right? And Visual Studio and ReSharper and stuff like that would even autocorrect, right? This to this. We actually lost performance, both in CPU and memory, because this was cached and this was not cached. So now you can just do this as you'd expect, as you like, right? A little bit of a point-free style, but now you don't lose performance going through that. So your code will just get faster when you start using C#11 if you have this sort of link pattern. Let's see, other things to go through. There's now a new nint and nuint. They are just type aliases for int pointer and uint pointer. This is really if you're doing some interop code, right? Generally, we don't see these types every day, right? But if you are using these, maybe Windows interop or some, lower level code, right? We now don't have to you have these int pointer types. We can use their alias nint or nuint. There's a bunch of low-level struct improvements around performance and memory. I'm not going to go through them all, right? If you click this link, there's a huge list of making these faster. The quick summary is that you can now implement your own span of T types. Before you couldn't. They relied on internal Microsoft magic. Now they've actually made improved structs that you can sort of use your own code. You can write managed code that are just as fast as span of T. Okay. Last one, this is not really a C#11 feature, but it's worth an honorable mention just because of how big it is. Finally, in C#, you can detect multiple enumerations of IEnumerable, right? This is something that's been a problem for a long time. It affects junior developers, even mid-level developers, that if I have a IEnumerable, this is a bug, right? That I have some IEnumerable here. I call data.count, data.max. That's going to enumerate that IEnumerable multiple times. So if that's a database query, you've just hit your database twice. Or if you have a third line, you've just hit your database 3 times with identical queries. So now, if you enable CI 1851 warning, C# will automatically detect that for you. That's been a feature of ReSharper for ever, right? Like now it's finally in C# by default. Okay, that's all I have. I have some resources here for learning more, right? This is all available online, as I said. I'm happy to take questions maybe during the breaks and stuff like that. I think I've run out of time.
No,
Cool.
yeah, you have 60 seconds.
60 seconds do I have?
Yeah.
All right. Any questions in 60 seconds? Hey, no.
Wait,
how about the data interpretation attribute is work?
So that was a question about the required.
Yeah,
numbers,
required number. Yes.
Right.
If we use this instead of like the required attribute,
Yes.
yeah, it can work with like the data annotation, validation, or setup.
That's a really good question. Under the hood, if you go look at this, what this compiles to a required attribute, right? So this will actually put the required attribute on your property. If you go look at it in, Sharp Lab or something like that. I don't know if it's the exact same required attribute that the other, data annotations use.
Yes.
I think I've run out of time, but let's have an experiment afterwards, right? Like
Okay.
we can take a look and see if that will work together nicely.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
What amazing session. We love it. Let me help you with that. Yeah. Thank you very much, Will. Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here. Yeah. Hope to see you next time. Yeah. So I would like to invite to the stage now Vedavat. How are you?
Yes, very good.
Oh, good. Okay. Can we give a round of applause for Vedavat? Yeah. Mhm. This one.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Virawat Suksang here. At first, will say sorry to the foreigner. I will run this session in Thai. I'm sorry, but I have a build script for that. I will share you after the session. I will post in a .NET Thailand Facebook group. Okay. โอเคสวัสดีนะครับทุกท่านนะครับอันนี้เป็นเซสชันแรกของผมนะครับที่รันที่ .NET Conference นะครับผมชื่อตุ้ยนะครับวีรวัฒน์จีนสุขแสงนะครับผมทำงานอยู่ที่ Microsoft นะครับปัจจุบันคือเป็น Customer Success Account Manager นะครับผมก็จริงๆผมเป็นคนที่รักโคดดิ้งนะครับมากๆคนหนึ่งนะครับก็เวลาว่างก็จะโคดดิ้งเล่นนู่นเล่นนี่ไปเรื่อยๆนะครับแล้วก็ชอบแกดเจ็ตมากนะครับใครมีอยากเล่นแกดเจ็ตหรือว่าทำโฮมออโตเมชันก็ลองคอนเนคกันดูได้นะครับผมเนื่องจากเรามีเวลาจำกัดประมาณ30นาทีนะครับมาเลคเชอร์เล่นแรกนะครับจากทั้งหมด271เลคเชอร์เราเล่นนะฮะ จริงๆแล้วมีใครรู้จัก Kubernetes มาก่อนไหมครับ Kubernetes มีใครใช้อยู่แล้วบ้างครับเยี่ยมเลยนะครับสำหรับคนที่ยังไม่รู้จักนะครับ Kubernetes เป็น Container Management ตัวหนึ่งนะครับเป็นซอฟต์แวร์ที่เป็นทำการ manage ตัว Container นะครับซึ่งตัว Kubernetes เองครับมันเป็น Open Source นะครับดังนั้นหลายๆท่านจะเห็น Cloud Provider ต่างๆนะครับนำตัว Kubernetes เนี่ยไปต่อยอดใช้กับ Cloud ของตนนะครับอย่างเช่นของ Microsoft เราก็จะมี Azure Kubernetes Service ถูกไหมครับทีนี้ตัว Kubernetes เนี่ยมันทำงานยังไงนะครับแล้วมันทำไมเราถึงมาใช้ตัว Kubernetes กันนะครับสคริปต์ตรงนี้ปุ๊บโอเคนะครับถ้าตามที่เห็นในรูปนะครับมันจะมีตัว Kubernetes เนี่ยมันจะทำงานเป็นคลัสเตอร์นะครับซึ่งในตัวของมันเองมันจะมีตัวหนึ่งที่เรียกว่าตัว Master Node ตัว Master Node จะเป็นตัวที่คอยจัดการทุกอย่างไม่ว่าเราจะ deploy ตัว Container ตัว pod ต่างๆนะครับมันจะคอยสั่งการตัว Worker Node นะครับว่าเราต้องมีตัว pod นะครับสับย่อยของตัวคอนเทนเนอร์ที่ไปรันเนี่ยเขาเรียกว่าเป็นพอร์ตเนาะที่อยู่ด้านในนะครับเราแยกเนมสเปซยังไงซึ่งตัวผมจะไม่ลงลึกในตัว Kubernetes มากนะครับเราสามารถไปหาอ่านตามตัว Community ต่างๆได้อยู่แล้วนะครับเดี๋ยววันนี้ในครึ่งชั่วโมงนี้ผมจะสร้าง .NET นะครับเป็นเว็บ ASP.NET ขึ้นมา1เว็บนะครับแล้วเอาขึ้นไปรันบน Kubernetes ให้ดูนะครับสิ่งหนึ่งที่ผมยกตัว Kubernetes ขึ้นมารันนะครับหรือ Container ขึ้นมารันเนี่ยคือใน .NET 7 เนี่ยมันมีฟีเจอร์ตัวหนึ่งครับที่เพิ่งเพิ่มเข้ามานั่นคือตัวมันเองสามารถที่จะ build แล้วกลายเป็น Container ได้เลยไม่ต้องเขียน Docker ไฟล์แล้วนะครับลืม Docker ไฟล์ไปเลย build เสร็จเป็น Docker push ขึ้นไปได้เลยนะครับนะครับผมพาไปดูดีกว่านะครับว่าเราจะทำยังไงกันนะครับหลายๆท่านอาจจะคุ้นชินกับตัว .NET CLI อยู่แล้วถูกไหมครับก็เดี๋ยวขอซูมนิดนึงนะครับชื่อ เคครับปกติแล้วเวลาเราที่จะรัน .NET เนาะเราจะเช็คเวอร์ชันก็ .NET ลบเวอร์ชันนะครับมองเห็นกันไหมครับไม่ค่อยเห็นใช่ไหมครับขอโทษด้วยนะครับเพราะอาจจะทรมานสายตาทุกท่านนิดนึงนะครับโอเคเดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาตลองดูว่ามันมีธีมที่เป็นไม่ใช่ดาร์กโหมดไหมนะฮะโอเคเอาแบบนี้ก็ได้เนาะโอเคครับปกติแล้วเรารันตัว .NET ใช่ไหมครับแล้วรัน .NET แล้วก็เช็คเวอร์ชันได้นะครับอย่างตัวนี้เวอร์ชันที่ผมรันอยู่เป็นเวอร์ชัน7นะครับที่รันอยู่นะครับปกติแล้วเวลาทุกท่านสร้างโปรเจกต์ทุกท่านรันคำสั่งอะไรกันครับ .NET new แล้วก็ตามด้วยโปรเจกต์ถูกไหมครับครับผมก็จะรันเป็น .NET นะครับ .NET new นะครับทีนี้เนี่ยจากเดิมเนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะ list ตัว SDK ได้ใช่ไหมครับlist ตัวโปรเจกต์ที่เราจะสร้างได้ที่เป็นเทมเพลตนะครับเราก็สามารถที่จะรันตัวคำว่า list เนี่ยดูได้ว่าเราจะสร้างเป็นโปรเจกต์แบบไหนนะครับซึ่งเดี๋ยววันนี้ผมจะสร้างเป็นตัวที่เป็นเว็บแอปนะครับตัวที่3นะครับซึ่งหมดเนี้ยเราสามารถที่จะเทมเพลตตัวพวกนี้ครับเราสามารถที่จะไปโหลดเพิ่มแล้วก็เอามาติดตั้งกับ SDK ได้นะครับในคอมมูนิตี้นะครับผมตอนนี้เดี๋ยวผมติดตั้งเป็น .NET New นะครับก่อนอื่นโทษทีครับพอดีผมมี build script ของผมอยู่นะครับทีนี้เนี่ยตัว build script ที่ผมทำไว้ครับผมจะตั้งตัว variable ไว้เพื่อป้องกันนะครับเวลาที่สร้างไปแล้วใส่ตัวแปรผิดนะครับผมว่าหลายๆท่านอาจจะมีวิธีทำคล้ายๆผมคือผมจะเวลาผมทำไปปุ๊บเวลาทำ lab หรือเล่นอะไรเงี้ยผมก็จะมีแบบ build script นั่งทำไปของผมเรื่อยๆก็จะจดทิ้งไว้นะครับเดี๋ยวอันนี้ไฟล์นี้ผมแชร์ให้ทุกท่านนะครับเอาไปสามารถรันตามแล้วก็จะได้เป็นโปรเจกต์อย่างที่ผมทำวันนี้ได้เลยนะครับผมโอเคเดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาต move กลับมาหน้านี้ก่อนนะครับขอเพิ่มแสงนิดหนึ่งโอเคนะครับตัวโปรเจกต์ทั้งหมดนะครับตัวพารามิเตอร์ที่ผมจะตั้งเนี่ยจะตั้งชื่อเป็น .NET Conf Thailand 2022หมดเลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยตัวแปรผมจะมีชื่อ Resource Group มีชื่อ ACR name AKS name App name นะครับเดี๋ยวผมอธิบายทีว่าแต่ละพารามิเตอร์ทำอะไรบ้างนะครับผมโอเคนะครับทีนี้เดี๋ยวผมจะสร้างตัว MVC นะครับผมก็จะรันเป็น .NET new MVC นะครับแล้วก็ตั้งชื่อแอปว่าเป็นตัว .NET Conf Thailand 2022นะครับปึ๊บนะครับก็จะได้โปรเจกต์ขึ้นมาแล้วนะครับทีนี้ผมจะเข้าไปในโฟลเดอร์นะครับ.NET โอเคนะครับเราลองเปิด Visual Code ขึ้นมาดูนะครับได้ครับถ้าผมวางไว้ตรงนี้ได้ยินไหมครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับเดี๋ยวผมเปิด Visual Studio Code ขึ้นมานะครับก็รันโค้ดจุดตรงนี้ได้เลยแล้วก็จะมีหน้าต่าง Visual Studio Code ขึ้นมานะครับในส่วนนี้เราจะเห็นว่าตัว SDK ที่เรารันอยู่จะเป็นเวอร์ชัน7ถูกไหมฮะเนี่ยครับเป็นเฟรมเวิร์กเป็นเวอร์ชัน7นะครับแล้วก็เป็นตัวเว็บแอปปกติเลยนะครับทีนี้เดี๋ยวผมจะลองรันดูว่าหน้าตาหน้าเว็บจะเป็นยังไงนะครับ .NET รันนะครับมันก็จะทำการ restore package แล้วก็รันขึ้นมาถูกไหมอันนี้น่าจะเป็นเบสิกที่ทุกท่านรู้อยู่แล้วนะครับผมในการรันโปรเจกต์นะครับครับตัวหน้าเว็บนะครับที่ขึ้นมาชึบโอเคก็จะเป็นตัวหน้าเว็บอย่างนี้นะครับทีนี้เนี่ยในการที่จะทำการ build แล้วก็ให้มันเป็น image ที่อยู่ในเป็น Docker นะครับเราสามารถที่จะใส่ตัว dependency ตัวหนึ่งเข้าไปนะครับซึ่งปัจจุบันยังเป็นตัวที่ยังเป็น beta อยู่นะครับแต่ว่าเราสามารถที่ add เข้าไปแล้วทำให้มัน build เป็นคอนเทนเนอร์ได้นะครับก่อนอื่นเพื่อพิสูจน์ว่าผมไม่ได้โกงนะครับผมจะรัน Docker image ให้ดูก่อนว่าตอนนี้ผมไม่มี image อยู่ด้านในนะครับจะเห็นว่าตอนนี้ image ใน Docker ผมโล่งนะครับไม่มีเลยนะครับทีนี้เนี่ยในการที่จะทำให้ตัว .NET 7 ของเราเนี่ย build เป็นคอนเทนเนอร์ได้ครับเราจะ add ตัว package ตัวหนึ่งนะครับหรือว่า add NuGet เข้าไปนะครับชื่อว่า microsoft.net.build.container นะครับตัวนี้นะครับพอใส่เข้าไปปุ๊บเนี่ยนะครับตัว .NET ของเราสามารถที่จะ build เป็นคอนเทนเนอร์ได้แล้วนะครับอันนี้ก็ restore นะครับชึบ ขออนุญาตต่อ Wi-Fi แป๊บหนึ่งนะครับ ลืมต่อ โอเค ขออีกรอบหนึ่งนะครับ โอเค yes โอเค เรียบร้อยรีสโตร์ได้แล้วนะครับพลัง 5G นี่สุดยอดจริงๆ โอเคนะครับ ตอนนี้เนี่ยในไฟล์แพ็กเกจของเราเนี่ยมันก็จะมีตัวที่มันเป็นตัวที่เป็น .NET Build Container มาแล้วนะครับเวอร์ชัน 0.2.7 นะครับเมื่อวานยังเป็น .6 อยู่เลยวันนี้จะ build ผ่านไหมเนี่ย โอเคนะครับทีนี้เนี่ยปกติเรารัน publish ใช่ไหมครับเราก็จะรัน .NET publish ใช่ไหมครับใส่โปรไฟล์ใส่อะไรเข้าไปนะครับซึ่งอันนี้ครับโปรไฟล์มันจะมีโปรไฟล์ขึ้นมา1อันนะครับชื่อว่า default container นะครับโปรไฟล์ตัวนี้นะครับพอเรารันนะครับมันจะทำการ build เป็น container ให้เราเลยนะครับซึ่งการรันก็ใช้เวลาไม่นานนะครับเดี๋ยวผมจะ build ให้ดูนะครับปึ้งมันก็จะรัน process restore ปกติถูกไหมครับแล้วก็ทำการ build ตัวโปรเจกต์แล้วก็ publish นะครับแต่ว่าสิ่งที่มันมีเพิ่มมามากกว่านั้นนะครับลองสังเกตบรรทัดต่อไปดีๆนะครับมัน build image ใช่แล้วนะครับเห็นไหมครับมัน build image มันใช้ตัว base image จากตัว repo ของ Microsoft ASP.NET นะครับที่เป็นเวอร์ชัน7นะครับอาจจะเห็นไม่ครบนี่ครับเป็นเวอร์ชัน7นะครับแล้วมัน push ขึ้นไปที่ตัว Docker ที่อยู่ใน local computer ของเรานะครับถ้าผมรัน Docker image ตอนนี้มันมีตัว .NET Conference ที่ผมสร้างเมื่อกี้มาแล้วเป็นเวอร์ชัน1เห็นไหมครับทีนี้พอเราได้ image มาแล้วเราจะเอาขึ้นไปบนแอปของเราเนี่ยเราต้องมี registry ถูกไหมครับทีนี้ registry ที่อยู่บน cloud ครับมันมีหลายเจ้ามากเราใช้ของ Docker Hub ก็ได้นะครับที่เป็นตัว private ของเราหรือจะใช้เป็นตัวที่เป็นเจ้าอื่นก็ได้นะครับแต่ว่าในกรณีนี้ขออนุญาตใช้ของเป็นของ Microsoft แล้วกันนะครับพอดีผมมี subscription ของ Microsoft อยู่แล้วนะครับตัว Container Registry ของ Microsoft ชื่อว่า Azure Container Registry ตามชื่อเลยนะครับไม่มีชื่อผิดแปลกไปจากนั้นนะครับผมจะเข้าไปที่ portal ของ Azure นะครับแล้วก็จะสร้าง Container Registry ขึ้นมานะครับซึ่งถ้าใครถนัดนะครับสามารถที่จะสร้างผ่านตัว CLI ก็ได้หรือจะสร้างผ่านตัว UI ก็ได้นะครับผมแต่ว่าวันนี้เดี๋ยวผมอาจจะขอสร้างผ่านตัว CLI นะครับแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวโชว์ให้ดูตรงนี้นะครับอันนี้เป็นตัว backup ในกรณีที่ถ้าเกิดว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเครื่องผมนะครับถ้าเกิดว่าทุกอย่างไม่เป็นไปตามแผนนะครับในนี้มี image อยู่แล้วตัวหนึ่งนะครับผมโอเคเดี๋ยวผมจะมาสร้างตัว Azure ACR นะครับก็คือตัว Azure Container Registry นะครับปึ๊บขั้นแรกนะครับเราต้องมี Resort Group ก่อนถูกไหมครับเมื่อกี้ผมใส่ตัวแปรชื่อว่า RG คือ Resort Group เข้าไปถูกไหมครับผมลอง echo ออกมาว่ามันยังอยู่ไหมนะครับโอเคเป็นชื่อนี้อยู่นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยผมก็จะรันตัวคำสั่งในการสร้าง Resort Group นะครับ Resort Group ใน Azure เนี่ยมันเปรียบเสมือนกับโฟลเดอร์ที่เก็บ Resort ทั้งหมดนะครับซึ่งเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาตัว ACR ตัวเนี้ยไปใส่ไว้ในตัว Resort Group ตัวนั้นนะครับตั้งชื่อของมันก็คือ RG นะครับแล้วก็ให้มันอยู่ที่ฮ่องกงนะครับผม Resort Group มันสร้างไม่นานอยู่แล้วประมาณกระพริบตาประมาณ 4-5 รอบมันก็เสร็จแล้วนะครับนอกจากเน็ตไม่ดีนะครับ นะครับอันเนี้ยผมได้แล้วนะครับได้ตัว Resort Group มาแล้วนะครับถ้าผมกลับไปดูใน Portal นะครับแล้วก็กลับมาดูที่ Resort Group นะครับขอฟิลเตอร์นิดหนึ่งจะเห็นว่ามีตัว Resort Group นะครับเพิ่มขึ้นมา1อันนะครับคือตัวนี้ที่เพิ่งสร้างไปเมื่อกี้นะครับอยู่ที่ตัว East Asia นะครับทีนี้ผมขออนุญาตสร้าง ACR นะครับตัว ACR เนี่ยก็ง่ายๆครับใช้ AZ command แล้วก็ ACR create ตามด้วยชื่อแล้วก็ Resort Group ที่จะไปลงนะครับแล้วก็ใส่ SKU ของมันซึ่งผมใช้เป็น Tier Standard นะครับความพิเศษของ ACR อีกอย่างหนึ่งก็คือมันสามารถที่จะ build container ให้เราได้ด้วยนะครับปกติเราใช้ Docker build ถูกไหมครับซึ่งอันนี้ต้องใช้ compute power ของเราต้องใช้อินเทอร์เน็ตของเราในการดาวน์โหลด image ในการที่จะดาวน์โหลดแล้วก็ push image กลับขึ้นไปถูกไหมครับแต่ว่าถ้าเราใช้ ACR เราสามารถรันคำสั่ง ACR build เหมือนตัว Docker build เลยนะครับมันจะแพ็คแอปพลิเคชันของเราเนี่ยครับขึ้นไปด้านบนและทำการ build ด้านบนนะครับแล้วด้วย cloud power ครับมัน bandwidth มันเยอะอยู่แล้วเนาะแล้วก็ตัว power compute อะไรเงี้ยมันอยู่แล้วมันก็จะ build ข้างบนนั้นนะครับแล้วมันก็จะทำการใส่เข้าไปใน ACR ให้เรานะครับถ้าวันนี้ Docker build ผมไม่ทำงานเดี๋ยวผมจะรันตัวนั้นให้ดูโอเคนะครับเรียบร้อยแล้วที่ผมได้ตัว ACR มาแล้วนะครับ Azure Container Registry นะครับทีนี้เราก็จะทำการ push จากตัว Docker ของเราที่อยู่ด้านล่างขึ้นไปด้านบนนะครับซึ่งวิธีการ push ขึ้นไปด้านบนก็คือการ docker push ถูกต้องครับแต่เราต้องแท็กมันก่อนถูกไหมฮะถูกต้องเราต้องแท็กมันก่อนนะครับทีนี้เดี๋ยวผมจะแท็กมานิดนึงนะครับเราก็จะใช้คำสั่งเป็น docker tag นะครับตามด้วย app name นะครับเวอร์ชัน 1.0.0.0 นะครับแล้วตัว Azure Container Registry ครับมันจะเป็นโดเมนที่ชื่อ azure.cr.io นะครับตามด้วย /app name แล้วก็เป็นเวอร์ชันแล้วจะเปลี่ยนอะไรก็ได้นะครับตรงนี้เราสามารถเปลี่ยนเป็นของเราเองได้ขึ้นอยู่กับเราจะแท็กนะครับผมก็จะแท็กมันนะครับทีนี้ผมรัน docker image ทีนึงครับก็จะมี image ตัวที่เป็นตัวที่ผมแท็กไว้นะครับทีนี้ผมก็จะ push มันขึ้นไปนะครับก็รันเป็นคำสั่ง docker push นะครับขึ้นอยู่กับอินเทอร์เน็ตของท่านณเวลานั้น นะครับว่าท่านจะ push ได้เร็วแค่ไหนนะครับผมพุชค้างไว้ตรงนี้นะครับทีนี้พอเราได้ ACR ปุ๊บนะครับผมจะไปสร้างตัว Kubernetes cluster กันซึ่ง Kubernetes cluster เนี่ยการสร้างของมันเนี่ยถ้าสร้างผ่าน UI แล้วก็คลิกเลือก compute power เลือกว่าจะทำโซน redundant ไหมเลือกว่าจะทำโซนอะไรยังไงไหมแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวผมรันเป็น command แล้วกันเนาะมันแค่บรรทัดเดียวก็เสร็จแล้วนะครับเพื่อความง่ายนะครับฟึบcommand ผมอยู่ไหนว่าโอเคขอบคุณครับ Authent Require การล็อกอินเข้าไปที่ ACR ง่ายมากครับ ACR ล็อกอินนะครับตามด้วยชื่อนะครับก็คือลบ n เนาะหรือว่าเราจะใช้เป็นเต็มๆก็ได้นะครับ name แล้วก็ตามด้วย ACR name นะครับขอบคุณมากครับเราเกือบเสียเวลา10 นาทีไปแล้วนะครับในตรงนี้นะครับนะครับมันจะล็อกอินให้เราก่อนซึ่งปกติเราก็ต้องไป get credential ต้องไปล็อกอินถูกไหมครับแต่ถ้าผ่านตัวcommand line ที่มันเป็น SDK อยู่แล้วครับมันก็จะล็อกอินให้เราเสร็จเรียบร้อยแล้วทีนี้ผมจะ push ใหม่ให้อีกรอบหนึ่งนะครับคราวนี้ก็จะได้แล้วครับไม่ติด Authent แล้วครับขอบคุณมากครับเกือบไปแล้วนะฮะโอเคทีนี้เดี๋ยวผมจะสร้างตัว Kubernetes นะครับเหมือน cluster ผมหายไปแล้วนะเหมือนตัว command ผมหายไปแล้วแต่ว่าปกติแล้ว cluster Kubernetes เนี่ยจะใช้เวลาในการสร้างครับค่อนข้างนานนะครับประมาณ5 นาทีนะครับเพราะมันต้องไปสร้างคลัสเตอร์แล้วตัวคลัสเตอร์ของมันเองครับมันไม่ได้มีแค่ตัว VM อย่างเดียวเนาะมันจะมีพวก Network มีพวกLoad Balancer นะครับที่อยู่ด้านในอยู่แล้วนะครับทีนี้นะครับเราเหลือเวลาอีก10 นาที11 นาทีนะครับเราก็จะไม่เสียเวลาตรงนั้นไปนะครับผมมีคลัสเตอร์ที่ผมสร้างไว้อยู่แล้วนะครับซึ่งคลัสเตอร์ตรงนี้เนี่ยผมเก็บไว้ในตัวโฟลเดอร์นี้นะครับจะเห็นว่าคลัสเตอร์ของผมเนี่ยชื่อว่า .NET Conference 2022เหมือนกันแต่ว่ามีวันที่มาด้วยนะครับเพื่อไม่ให้ซ้ำกับใครที่จะแอบสร้างพร้อมกับผมวันนี้นะครับผมโอเคนะครับทีนี้เนี่ยในตัวการที่เราจะ deploy ตัวแอปของเราครับที่เราอยู่ในคอนเทนเนอร์ถูกไหมครับที่เราพุทเข้าไปใน registry แล้วเนี่ยเข้าไปที่ตัว Kubernetes นะครับตัว Kubernetes ใช้ไฟล์ในการ deploy เนี่ยชื่อว่าไฟล์ YAML นะครับซึ่ง YAML ไฟล์ตัวนี้เนี่ยมันจะมี syntax เฉพาะของมันนะครับถ้าใครไม่รู้ว่าเขียนยังไงตอนนี้สามารถถามตัวChat GPT ได้นะครับมัน generate ให้เราได้นะฮะเมื่อวานนี้ผมลองเล่นดูแล้วก็มันน่าจะมาพูดแทนผมได้ตรงนี้แล้วแหละมีทุกขั้นตอนนะครับก็ถ้าใครติดขัดตรงไหนลองถาม Chat GPT ได้นะฮะครับผมโอเคทีนี้เดี๋ยวผมพาไปดูตัวไฟล์ YAML กันนิดนึงนะครับผมจะสร้างตัวไฟล์ YAML ขึ้นมาว่าเป็น .NET Conf 2022.yaml นะครับแล้วก็ผมมีไฟล์ YAML ที่ผมเตรียมไว้อยู่แล้วนะครับโอเคนะครับไฟล์ YAML เนี่ยมันจะประกอบไปด้วยว่าตัวสิ่งที่เราทำเราจะทำอะไรบ้างถูกไหมครับอันแรกเนี่ยก็คือเราจะ deploy มันเป็นชื่อว่า .NET Conference 2020นะครับแล้วก็ตัว label เนี่ยใช้เป็น label ชื่อว่าอะไรก็เป็นชื่อนะครับแล้วก็เลือกว่าจะ deploy ไปที่โหนดไหนนะครับซึ่งอันนี้ผมมีโหนดเดียวที่เป็น Linux ก็ใช้เป็นตัว default ได้เลยนะครับจากนั้นมันจะมี image นะครับ image ตรงนี้ก็คือตัว ACR เมื่อกี้ที่เราใส่เข้าไปแต่สังเกตว่าตัวนี้เนี่ยเมื่อกี้ผมยังไม่ได้ทำการผูกตัว Kubernetes ตัวนี้เข้ากับ image ตัวนั้นไว้เพราะฉะนั้นตอนนี้ Kubernetes มันจะไม่รู้จักกับตัวContainer Registry ตัวนั้นนะครับทีนี้ผมจะรันให้มันรู้จักกับตัวคอนเทนเนอร์ตัวนี้นะครับรู้จักกับตัว registry ตัวนี้นะครับเราก็จะใช้เป็นคำสั่งที่ชื่อว่า az นะครับ aks ดี๋ยวนะน่าจะเป็น attach ACR นะครับซูมโอเคโทษครับชึบแต่ได้เปลี่ยนทัชชัดใหม่แน่เลยครับวันนี้ นะครับโอเคเอ่อโอเคครับผมพูดนะครับคำสั่งผมหายไปไหนแล้วไม่เป็นไรครับเดี๋ยวผมรันเป็นอย่างนี้ก็แล้วนะครับ AZ AKS แล้วก็เป็นนี่ครับ SDK ของเราตัว CLI ของเราสามารถที่จะ get help ได้นะครับซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยผมจะ attach ตัว ACR ตัวใหม่เข้าไปนะครับเดี๋ยวนะตัวชื่อของโหนดนะครับเราใช้ชื่อนี้นะฮะ ชื่อ .NET Conference นะครับแล้วก็ลบ RG ลบ G นะครับที่สอดกรุ๊ปชื่อว่า RG แล้วก็ attach ACR นะครับแล้วก็ตามด้วยชื่อ ACR ของเรานะครับถ้ามี error เกิดขึ้นเดี๋ยวผมจะใช้ ACI ตัวหนึ่งนะครับที่ attach ไว้อยู่แล้วนะครับปึ๊บนะครับซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยตัว Kubernetes ครับมันจะไปดึงตัว role ของเราครับที่อยู่ใน RBAC มานะครับอันนี้น่าจะ error ตึ๊บโอเคไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวผมใช้เป็นอีกอันหนึ่งแล้วกันนะครับซึ่งปกติแล้วการจะเปลี่ยน ACR ครับเราแค่มาเปลี่ยนตรงนี้ได้เลยนะครับเมื่อกี้มัน2022ถูกไหมผมมี ACI ตัวหนึ่งนะครับ image ชื่อเดียวกันนะครับแต่ว่ามันจะเป็นตัวที่ชื่อว่า12แล้วก็วันนี้17นะครับเดี๋ยวผมขอไปดู image นิดนึงนะครับอยู่ในนี้นะครับผมมี ACR 1ตัวเหมือนกันนะครับที่ผมสร้างสำรองไว้เมื่อคืนนี้นะครับซึ่งด้านในนี้เราก็จะมี image ตัวเดียวกันนะครับที่เราสร้างไว้นะครับผมแล้วก็นี่ครับเป็นตัวนี้เลยนะครับเป็นเวอร์ชัน 1.0.1 เหมือนกันนะครับเดี๋ยวผมจะเอา image ตัวนี้มาใช้นะครับเราแค่เปลี่ยนชื่อ image นะครับแล้วก็ ACR ที่ attach ไว้อยู่แล้วนะครับผมปึ๊บโอเคนะครับวิธีการที่จะ apply ครับใน Kubernetes Service อะครับมันจะมี command ที่เป็น API ของมันอยู่แล้วนะครับมันจะใช้ชื่อว่า kube control นะครับ kube ctl นะครับตามด้วย apply นะครับซึ่ง command ตัวนี้เราสามารถที่จะ run นะครับ kube ctl นะครับแล้วก็สามารถดู status ของ node status ของทุกอย่างได้หมดเลยนะครับผมก็ kube getโหนดนะครับเราสามารถดูได้ว่าตอนนี้มีโหนดที่รันอยู่ทั้งหมดกี่โหนดนะครับ get pod นะครับมีแอปอะไรรันอยู่บ้างนะครับซึ่งตอนนี้ไม่มีถูกไหมครับโอเคทีนี้เดี๋ยวผมจะลองแอปพลายตัวไฟล์ YAML เมื่อกี้เข้าไปนะครับ apply love f นะครับก็คือเป็นชื่อไฟล์นะครับแล้วก็เป็นตัว .net เมื่อกี้นะครับโอเคมันไม่มีทางหาเจอครับเพราะว่ามันไม่ได้อยู่ในโฟลเดอร์นั้นนะฮะ desktop แล้วก็ .net นะครับ kube ctl apply นะครับ love f ตามด้วยชื่อไฟล์นะครับตัว YAML นะครับทีนี้พอเรา apply ตัวนี้ครับมันจะสังเกตว่าตัวเนี้ยตัว deployment ได้สร้างขึ้นมาแล้วนะครับและใน deployment เนี่ยถ้าเกิดเราเลื่อนลงมาด้านล่างเมื่อกี้เนี่ยผมสร้างเป็น service ไว้ตัวหนึ่งนะครับเป็น load balancer ซึ่งปกติแล้วถ้าทุกท่านใช้ Kubernetes ที่ไม่ได้เป็น managed service นะครับเราต้องไปสร้างตัว expose ออกมาถูกไหมครับอาจจะเป็นใช้เป็น nginx หรือว่าอะไรอย่างนี้นะครับแต่ตัวนี้ใช้เป็น Azure load balancer นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยหลังบ้านนะครับ Azure จะทำการสร้างตัว load balancer ขึ้นมา1ตัวแล้วมี IP เป็น public IP ให้สามารถเข้าไปใช้งานได้เลยนะครับ โอเคนะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้เราลอง get service ดูครับว่าตัว service ของเราใช้งานได้หรือยังครับผม โอเคครับขอบคุณครับ ตัวที่เรา deploy ไปครับชื่อว่า .NET Conference เนาะอายุมันเพิ่ง47 วินาทีเมื่อกี้นะครับทีนี้ผมลองเข้าผ่านตัว external IP ดูนะครับจะสังเกตว่ามันคือแอปที่เรารันอยู่เมื่อกี้นะครับนี่ครับผมแต่ว่า image มันเป็นตัวเมื่อคืนที่ผมเปลี่ยน wording ไปนิดนึงนะครับอันนี้ก็คือเป็นวิธีการที่เราเอาแอป .NET นะครับขึ้นไปรันอยู่บนตัว Kubernetes นะครับผมจนถึงตรงนี้มีใครมีคำถามไหมครับสามารถถามได้เลยนะครับปัจจุบันยังคอสตอมไม่ได้ครับผมถ้าเกิดว่าเราต้องการที่จะคอสตอมเราต้องสร้าง Docker file เพื่อที่จะคอสตอมตรงนั้นนะครับเพื่อแบบทำเป็น multi state แต่ว่าอันเนี้ยถ้าเกิดเราใช้ในกรณีที่แบบทำเทสหรือในตัว in development นะครับตัวนี้สะดวกมากครับที่จะรันครับครับผมมีคำถามเพิ่มไหมครับโอเคครับ
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I have a question about the Kubernetes and how it works. Based on your image, there is a master and slave nodes. The question is how Kubernetes connect to the slaves with I don't know, maybe it's the HTTP request or gRPC or something like that. Just I'm curious to know how a master node will connect with the other slave nodes.
I will back to my presentation like this one. As you see on the screen, it's going dark now. As you see on the screen, this one is a master node, right? And in the master node, it will managed by the cloud provider or something, right? But if you deploy in your environment, the master node will be something like the API server. When you run the Kubernetes, kubectl command, right? It comes directly to the master node, and after that, master node will processing that command and do something with that command. For example, in previous, I run the deployment, right, to deploy the application. The master node will decide which node they will deploy the application to, and which node they will leave it alone or run the system node. You can have many nodes as you want in the worker node. You can naming that. You can tag each a namespace for that node, and for the worker node, no, for the master node, if you use in the cloud, you cannot access to manage that because it's managed by cloud provider. Yes.
Just to add to that, if we zoom in to the master node, right, there's the API server, there's the SCD, there's the scheduler, controller managers. Those are all Kubernetes API. You can think of Kubernetes as an abstraction software that you put on top of your infrastructure. So you can like forget about all the underlying infrastructure and manage everything through Kubernetes. So, for example, SCD, that's where it keep all the metadata. The API server is calling through the software-defined network by the Kubernetes itself. So like inside this, there's also networking and API server and scheduler that determine which node to go, which part, how many scaling you want, all those things. Yeah.
The question is, okay, the master node decided to this is the API, and when you write some code, it will fire some calling APIs.
Exactly.
Doing something, and they could. I don't know. Maybe it's not the correct to ask this question. Maybe the all master node and the worker nodes will be in one place, and there is nothing to connect with the nodes. But I think there should be something for finding when you are in distributed system. okay, you have one master node or more than one master node and many worker nodes. Okay, so maybe this worker nodes is not on one server, so maybe multiple resource group. And so this should be how the master node call the worker node, for example, to update this service, to update this, something like that. I think it should be an HTTP call again.
Yeah. Usually HTTP calls, or I think there are some gRPC in some of the internal service, but mostly is HTTP calls. I know that at least the communication with the kubectl to the master node is also HTTP, and I have some hope. I believe I don't know exactly the details. I have some hope that there are some gRPC going on, just to optimize some of the connections, transferring binary data. But I'm expecting mostly of the calls is going to be on the API, right? Kubernetes is basically built on top of many APIs.
And again, thank you for introducing the containers, but without necessarily, we don't need for the Docker file, just do the publish command, create animate, and that.
Some other questions? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Compliment Club.
Thank you very much, Vadavat.
Coffee break. Yeah. Coffee.
So everyone, please, we have half hour, 30 minutes for coffee break now. It's going to be outside. You can explore the venue and let's have a conversation. Feel free, feel at home.
Steal the charger possible?
Yes, we are not the charger.
Or you need to plug for the line? Just for like what is coffee break?
No worries. Hello. Hello, how are you? Fine. Nice to meet you.
Organized very well. Actually, I'm an IT specialist. I'm a cinema.
You are what, sorry? IT specialist.
No, I just most of all the information just it's really new for me. I'm a cinema, and I have my own project. Of course, I thought that you heard about this GTP chat, like
Yeah, for sure.
And me and my production had an idea to, film, shoot a film based on this scenario which was being generated by this. Yeah. Actually, if you don't mind, may I take a video of the conversation with my channel? Maybe can we go right there to see? Yeah, if you don't mind.
It would be perfect.
Thank you.
Just a second.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Getting the screen.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, everyone. Nice. Hope you enjoy your coffee. Was good? Enjoy it? Did you drink coffee? Water? Don't forget of the water. Okay. I just want to have one message for you, and with the with it, we are uh, we all in the conference, right? We try to be as much friendly for the community and the environment as much as possible, right? So I will please ask you some of the things. We have only one planet, and we have to take care of it, right? So please, if you get a bottle of water, put in the recyclable. Okay, and also if you have your coffee, your paper cup, right? And feel free to reuse the same paper cup until the end of the event, okay? Or feel free to get a new one. But we try to make use paper instead of plastic, and exactly because of that. So if you could help us to try to keep our environment as clean and safe as plastic, we would love that. And for now, after the coffee break, we have now we are going to have two sessions, then we break for lunch. And I would like to invite Nakorn, and I would ask the audience a round of applause for Nakorn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Uh, for my session, I would like to explain about what's new in .NET 7 for authentication and authorization. Uh, by the way, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nakhon Lientakunchai. I am General Manager at TT Software and Functional Team Lead at WIM Software, which is the United States company. We manage the software about disaster management for United States people. And yes, that is about me. And our company is recruiting the people. So if you are interested in the .NET developer, tester, or if you can scan this QR code and you can enjoy us. Okay. And okay, for today, as I mentioned earlier, for today, I would like to explain about the update in .NET 7 preview files regarding to the authentication and authorization. And before that, we will talk about a little fundamental about that, and we go drill down into the authentication, which is the feature that I would like to explain about the concept in .NET first. And in the yellow, this is the new feature in the .NET 7 that's Microsoft improved for us to make coding easier, and which is the simplifying configuration for JWT authentication scheme and default authentication scheme, and the new command line tool. This is the user dash JWTs tool, which in this tool you can generate token and generate the configuration for JWT authentication easily. And then we will have the lab, and after that, we will go to the authorization section. I will talk about the concept about authorization, which is the claim identity, and claim principle from ASP.NET Core. After that, we will explain about simple authentication and policy base. After that, we will talk about the authorization policy for specific endpoint, which is the special way to make authorization uh, for the specific endpoint as you wish. And then we will go into the lab tool, which is to make use of the specific endpoint authorization. And you can scan the QR code to see the real demonstration to see in your preferred time. And yes, this is about the session. This is about my session. Okay, I will go to the detail about that. Okay, let's talk about the fundamental. the basic fundamental of authentication and authorization is its definition is the in the authentication is the process that we determine the user identity. It's easy that who you are. That's it what I want to know. And another thing that's authorization. That's it the process that do determining the how where you can get or where you can access. For example, in your identity, you may have the card like this. For example, driver license or something else, employee ID card, and then you can use the ID card to access some room in your workspace, but not all of room. For example, you may cannot access uh, the the HR room if you are the computer developer because it's not related to your job. This kind is the definition of the authentication and authorization. And so we will drill down into the authentication section in the ASP.NET Core authentication concept. First, we need to know definition of that, which is the authentication scheme. Authentication scheme is the definition of each authentication in the ASP.NET Core application, and it refers to authentication handler and option for the configuration regarding to authentication handler. That means we will talk about the authentication handler. Authentication handler is the program that make behavior of that thing. For example, if you have the cookie authentication, it will make the behavior that you need to have cookie in the session or in the browser to access to some service or some resource. If you use the JWT token, you will need to have the token with the barrier to header to get into the resource. And then authentication scheme will point to authentication handler. And what authentication handler do? It will do in process that they check the authentication. That means if an authenticated user come into the system, it will call to the challenge action. That means if you use cookie authentication, it will redirect to login page. Or if you use JWT barrier, it will return 401 result, something like that. And if you authenticated already, but you have no access to any resource, it will go into the forbid action. The forbid action is the activity that to to make the action for unauthorization user to be the correct way. For example, in the cookie authentication, you will have to redirect to some page that show the error message for user, and in the JWT you will got the 403 result. This is the concept of authentication in ASP.NET Core. And on the left is the theorem, and on the right is the actual. When you see on the right, we have three authentication process in here, which is the cookie, JWT barrier, and JWT barrier again with the new name. On the red, in this, each of them have their name. This name is the authentication scheme. Basically, if you do not put here, it will make the name for you. This is the cookie, this is the barrier, and you can put the name here to be the name of this authentication. And by the way, in this scope, in this session, we won't talk about the API core identity or multi-factor. Okay, this is the authentication concept of ASP.NET. And the new feature of .NET 7 is to make life more easy. As you can see on the left hand side is the previous version of .NET. I mean that if you would like to make the authentication, you need to put some name here and need to put the configuration here. But for the .NET 7, you can make it easy. Your code will be write this. It's only one line to have this, and you no need to make the default scheme if you have only one authentication. This is the new way of JWT authentication scheme in the .NET 7 preview file that Microsoft provide for you, and it reduce the code, and configuration setting are moved to the application.json files. Is moved to here. Is configuration can be made automatically initial by this tool. When you run this command line tool, it will make the simple one token for you, and it will also make this configuration for you also. So in the way that you need to make the mock-up or example application to make it quick, so you can do in that way. And the default, regarding to the default authentication scheme, you no need to put it in here because it has been already known by the .NET. But for if you have multiple authentication way, you need to make a default one because the AP.NET Core still don't know what is the default if there are many authentication. Okay, and this is the breaking chain of .NET 7 preview files. Microsoft said that because this feature will change your application behavior. For example, if you do not put the default and you make it manually for all of your application, if you do not need this, you can make this command to disable it to make your previous behavior before going to .NET 7. And this is the detail about default authentication scheme. And regarding to user JWT tool, this is the command line that you can make your life more easier because you can run this command to get the token, and by this token you can put into jwt.io and can see that you can have the detail that you may use it to maybe indication test on your application real quick. Okay, this is the new tool, and this lab is to create simple JWT authentication by .NET 7. It's easy. I would like to explain you that you have to do only 5 steps. The one is to have the .NET New Web API. That is easy command to create the new project and to add the package and to add this line to the project and add the authorized attribute to the API method, and then you run. Sorry. Okay, thank you. And then for I would like to take it. Thank you. I think it's easier to have it in my hand. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. Okay, and in .NET user JWT in this command it can make the token for you. And by the way, if you can see the real demonstration, you can scan this QR code to see my video that I play it line by line. But only 5 steps you can have the application that you can test it easily. Let me proceed by the slide here. The first, you run the .NET New Web API command to make the new project, and you cd to it to see the results here. You can see that we have already got the project now, and then after that we open it by the Visual Studio Code or maybe Visual Studio if you wish. And in this case, you can add the package like this .NET add package to add the JWT barrier package to the project. And then after you finish this, you can add two line. The first line is the builder service add authentication and add JWT barrier. This command line will let ASP.NET Core know that you are going to use the JWT barrier authentication, and you can use add this line to make use of the middleware to activate middleware that to let it work. Okay, and after that you can add the authorize on the API method, which is here. And to make this, it will let ASP.NET Core know that you want to protect this API from by using the JWT authentication as you already added in the previous step. And then by using this command line .NET user JWT create, and you may provide some information to make your token information. By this command, you can run in here, and you can got the token in here, and it will make the configuration for you, and you can change it as you wish. And by the way, if you run the command twice, for example, if you change the configuration here and you run this command again, it will replace the old one. So be careful to use this command because it may replace the existing. Okay, that is based on my experimental yesterday. Okay, and after that, you can test your application. When you come to the weather forecast, which is the basic basic method that come with the boilerplate, you can have the 401 unauthorized because you protect this resource by ASP.NET Core by JWT barrier already. And to test access with access token, that means you put the package that you got from previous step, and you can push here and you click send here. So you can have the results as you expect because you have already authenticated and you have authorized to this resource. Okay, this is the easy way to make the mock-up or quick way to make the protected API in maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, this is the thing that Microsoft try to make our life more easier. Okay, and let's talk about the user JW2. This is the new tool that Microsoft introduced in .NET 7 preview files. In this tool, in this tool, you can easily see that by -h by this command line, you can see the how to use it. There are many key that you can use. For example, to create that mean you need to create the token, and to list that mean you need to list the existing key existing token in your PC. It will be kept into the secure location in your computer. Okay, and you can see that in this example we have 2 of them, and you can see the key that used to sign this token to by use the .NET user JWT key. It will show you the key that used to sign that. And the another important is the create. The create is the command line that to create the token. You can make parameter for them. For example, you can make the audience, issuer, scope, role, claim, and you can make the time limited for them also. And this is this is the property that you can make it. And for example, I make this by this command to create, and I provide the name into this and provide scope into this. And please notice that I provide two roles. In this, we provide HR and accounting. So we should provide it twice as here. And I provide two claim. The first is employee, which is 222, and the second is the depart dex no 201. Okay, and to make this, you will have this token for you. Okay, and when we put this token into the JWT to see the content in them. So we can have the scope as you wish. You can have the role as you wish. We can have the employee ID and Dexno as you wish. And also they will provide the audience for you in case that you do not put it. It will make defaults for you based on the configuration of LAN setting. In the LAN setting, you will have the URL and port of all available. So it will put in here automatically. Okay, this is the example. And regarding to the information that has been generated when you run the command line, it will be kept into this location in Windows, but for Mac or other OS, you can find easily in Microsoft document. Okay, and when you drill down into this location, you can see that they provide two files. The one is the secret, and second is user JWT. In the secret.json is provide the key that used to sign the, and the second file is the file that keep the token and its property. You can see as here we have two token in here. Okay, this is about the user JWT tool that you can make it easy to get your token. Okay, and moving on to the authorization section. In this section is the process of determining whether a user has access to a resource or not. And by that way, I would like to talk about the structure of data that ASP.NET Core provide the way for us to keep it and to manage the information to make the authorization work. Okay. The first is the concept of claim. The claim is the statement about subject by an issuer. That means, for example, in the driving license or passport, in the driving license, you will have first name, last name, date of birth, or driving license no. By this, in the light yellow, this is the claim. This is those things is we call claim. And regarding to our real life, we can have many cards. For example, you can have the ID card, driving license card, employee card, something like that. Each card contain information of that, right? Okay. In this driving license and passport is the claim identity. The claim identity is the concrete of implementation of claim-based identity. To be more easier, it's like the group of claim. And the third is the claim principle. In the claim principle is the domain or set of the claim identity. That means, for example, is maybe your pocket. In your pocket, you can have many cards in there like that. So is it the set of the information that you have? Okay. This is the concept of claim identity and claim principle. And to make authorization in ASP.NET Core, after we have already registered authentication and register authorization middleware. You can make it easy by add the authorized attribute to each level. For example, on the left, if you made it in the in the met in the method level, it will protect this method. If you make it in the controller level, that means it protect all method. But you can ignore it by add the allow anonymous to make exception for this. That means everyone can go into this method. Okay, this is the simple way of authorization in ASP.NET Core. Okay, and the policy-based authorization in ASP.NET Core is this: you can provide the rule to make the authorization to make the ASP.NET Core know that what is the policy to give access to any user. That means, for example, if you make add of add policy and make this policy name and define that in employee you need to require the employee number, for example. So this policy you can use here. You can make authorize and let policy is the employee only. So every token that have came with the employee number should access this controller, should access this method. Okay, and you can make use of that by add the app.use authorization into the application to make the middleware work for you. Okay, and regarding to the new feature of .NET 7, they provide the authorization policy for specific endpoints. As you may see that in this example is provide the authorization for globally. I mean that is apply maybe apply for all of application, and you can put anywhere, but it refer to the global. But in the .NET 7, you can make more easy by add the command to make it as specific. For example, in this example, I provide the minimal API to make the three URL, the root, the demo one, the demo two, and each of them in the root we do not have or require any authorization or authentication, but in the demo one or demo two we have the specific endpoint and require the scope add in this source code, and then after we provide this source code, I made the demonstration, and after that we can have this method as I have already told. And after we test it, you can test access demo 01 with demo 01 claim. Okay, you can access because you have the enough claim to access this. But for if you try to access the demo 2 endpoint with demo 1 claim, you cannot access it. You get the 403 forbidden for this endpoint. And if you access demo 01 with no token, you will got the 401 unauthorization. And yes, this is the new things that Microsoft try to provide for us to make it more easier. And okay, if you have any question, you can ask me now. And again, our company TT Software is open for everyone to join. We are growing and need any people to join us. And do you have any question regarding to my session? Yes.
So hello.
Yes.
My question is about the library that you are showing, like the user JWTs. We were actually seeing that only the access tokens were shown, right? So how do you get actually the refresh tokens, and how do we actually set the time limit for the tokens that this token might expire in 1 day or like 3 hours or things like that. How do we actually configure those?
Okay, got that. In the lab that I show you is the simple way to make the authentication. That means we can use the command line to provide the limited time for them already. But in case of refresh token and the way to process that is maybe regarding to the O authentication, or maybe you need more implementation for that. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Randy.
Yes.
Before that, can we go back to the slide where we show the policy fields?
This slide?
No, before again. Go back again. Show address. Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to ask about the authorization thing. So this policy is like is a rule, correct? And for example, I'm an employee, and there is a policy that employee can only get the first name of driving license. And let's say I'm an user employee and I want to claim a first name and last name, right? What is in your experience? What is the behavior of this? The first that I can think is the request will fail because I don't have a policy to claim the last name. Right.
Okay.
I have the claim to I have a policy to claim the first name, but I don't have a policy to claim the last name, so the request will fail. Second one is I the request will success, but I only get the first name. So in your experience, what is like the best way to resolve this? And the second question is, if I do want to make the behavior that I will only get the first name, is it possible in .NET 7? Thank you.
Okay, do you have enough time? Okay. Let me clarify your question first. You are asking that in your token, or maybe you claim you have the first name only, but your policy need the first name and last name. Is that correct? In the first question.
Yeah, in the token, I want to claim the first name and last name.
Okay. In your rule, basically you need to manage the policy of the authorization process, because I still cannot think about that. If you provide policy only the first name, but you want to make it first name and last name without modify policy, the one thing that I can think, you may use the feature of the .NET 7 about to add it in here to be special like it. For example, in the above, it will show the globally on in the above, it show globally configuration. Sorry, on the above it show globally, but you can specific API specific special condition for special endpoint for you. Okay, because I think that in your case, maybe because you do not put it in globally, maybe you may need it for specific or not. I'm not sure. I will talk with you after my session. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, I need more detail on this. Sorry, unfortunately.
Thank you to you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer.
Yes.
Guys, yes. Can we proceed the question after? Okay, thank you very much. I ask you applause for the introduction for authentication authorization. Thank you very much, Nakor. Joel, please. And after a long time that we don't see him, he come back. Guys, move your hands. Thank you.
Welcome, Joe.
Welcome back.
Joe. Very good to see you here.
Back. a veteran of the .NET Conf. Honestly, we miss you.
And for the people, if you have any question about authentication authorization, please stop in a corner in the coffee breaks or in the lunch, right? He will be more than happy to answer your questions. But please use authentication and authorization in your apps, okay? Please do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, your Windows will update. It's fine.
Never see because you never see some PC. All right.
Hi guys. So I want to talk today about creating a paved path. The paved path is, I think, the cool term for it. The boring term is template, so I use kind of paved path instead because or golden path is another word for it. So my name's Joel Dixon, for those that don't know me. I'm a director of engineering at Agoda, N-Unit contributor. I've been coming to Thailand for almost 14 years for business. I'm originally from Australia. I live in Bangkok these days, and I like beer and sport, watching sport, not playing sport, if you didn't notice. So being a manager and a director, I don't write a lot of code. I deal with a lot of boring stuff, so I don't have a lot of code to show you today. I'm not going to be as entertaining as Will was, but I hope you get some value out of it. So I'm going to talk today about the problem. At Agoda, one of the things that we always try and do with our engineering is we start with the problem first. So I'll explain a bit about the problem that we have. So I'm going to go off on like a big tangent and circle around and come back to the paved path. And also the part of the solution that I'll talk about after that's the template. How does this help, and how templates relate to paved paths? So the problem. So the problem that we have at Agoda, and I think a lot of companies have this, is monolithic architecture. Who here works on monoliths? Yeah, it's a pretty common problem. So and I love this quote that I got off Wikipedia about what monolithic architecture is, and it ends with saying that it means both too large and unable to be changed. And I think this is very true of a lot of the large systems that that I see built and some of my guys work on. So the problem, what's wrong with monoliths or monolithic architecture? Developer feedback. So large code bases take a long time to compile because there's a lot of code. Because there's a lot of code, you need to write a lot of tests. A lot of tests take a long time to run. It's kind of like pretty simple math. The other problem with them is test flakiness from test volumes. So especially if you deal with UI tests, a lot of UI tests are inherently flaky, especially who here uses Selenium? Yeah, a few people. What's the new one? Who uses Playwright? Yeah. If you're using Selenium, definitely check out Playwright. It's got a lot of the problems that Selenium had with weighting. Playwright solves inherently. But essentially what happens, a lot of your UI testing frameworks are inherently flaky because of just the internet. So when you start to have a lot of UI tests in a project, Just say your UI test, it fails once in 100 times because of the internet, right? Now, if you have 179 tests that are 99% stable in a project, your actual stability is like 7% or something, or I think I worked it out there, 17%. So you've got an 83% chance of getting a false positive with test failing. So bigger systems have more tests, have more flakiness. Lead time. So the above factors weigh into lead time. It takes longer to deploy. It occupies more servers because it does more things. Monolithic websites tend to take a page-by-page approach. In monolithic APIs, we tend to break things up by area or modules. Example, like in the Agoda website, we have like a property page, a search page, a home page, etc. So even if you do modularize your monolithic application into different areas or pages, still things like framework upgrades, like upgrading React, has to be done all at once. It can't be done by area usually. Depends on how you break it up, but this is what we find. And unless tight controls are maintained, cross-references bleed into other pages. And like a lot of people whenever I bring up this topic, a lot of people say to me, but Joel, monorepo, it solves the problem. Monorepo is a buzzword. And I'll take a little tangent to explain some of the problems that you get into with monorepo, also, just to dispel some myths. So the problem that we have with monorepos is new tool sets have been produced in recent years with the concept of monorepo in mind. It's possible to maintain monorepos and to have smaller applications inside one repo if you maintain tight controls. And maintaining the tight controls is what's hard. I like separate Git repos because it gives you an inherent barrier between the code. If it's all in one Git repo, you don't have this. So an example is, like I'll use the Agoda website as an example. Some guys, if we try and modularize that, we may end up with like a page header module, a search page module, a property page module. Now, unless you maintain tight controls, what happens is you have, for example, a React component in the page header, and someone accidentally adds a reference from the page header to the search page. So now you've got a reference from one module to another, and then another and another and another. And then this happens, and then it just keeps going. And this is what I find with a lot of applications when they get put in one Git repo, this sort of stuff ends up happening. So you can prevent this with linting rules and code owners and things like that. Having code review regulations and manual checks. But ultimately, the most monorepos end up with like an admin team that's responsible for policing this. And the IDEs are the worst thing at this. Like, I'm sure you've all seen stuff like this, right? Your IDE tries to fix things for you. And people just don't notice. It's like, wow, my IDE is going to magically fix this for me. But actually, it's adding a reference that's really bad, right? So yeah. Needless to say, this is another risk of a monolithic architecture, and monorepos don't help you. So are monoliths ever good? Yeah, they are. Like, in startups, a lot of startups started as monoliths. And I've actually worked in a lot of startups when I was in Australia. And we started with monolithic architecture because it just made sense. There was like 2 engineers, right? And we're building like a really small application. And it's going to get bigger, sure. But when it gets bigger, we can start to split it then. Companies like eBay and PayPal started off as monoliths. So yeah, the problem is though, at Agoda, we're not a startup, and there's a lot of internal infrastructure that's available, so we don't need to build monoliths. So how do we stop them? So first, we should ask, why do we have them in the first place before we understand how we can stop monoliths? And I thought we were talking about paved paths, and I'm going on a bit of a journey, and I'll come back to paved paths, okay? So just wait a minute. I need to complain about monoliths some more first. So the question, and I've been working at Agoda for 6-7 years now, is why do we love monoliths at Agoda? Because there's a few guys from Agoda here now, and they know what I'm talking about, and a few guys that used to work at Agoda too. And I've been asking myself this question for years, and I've been talking to my engineers, and this is what I found is that So as an engineer, I need to add a new feature, right? So what's the thought process I go through? Do I add it to an existing system, or do I build a new system to put my feature in, right? This is the question that engineers are faced with sometimes. And when they're faced with this question, existing systems have infrastructure in place, like authentication and authorization, internationalization, experimentation, monitoring, client libraries for backend systems, CI, deployment, infrastructure. All this is done for me. So when I'm asking myself this question, should I build a new system to put my feature in, I can build a new system where I have to do all this work. Or I can put it in an existing system and all this work's done for me, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to keep adding to the monolith because it's the fastest way to go, right? So the question is, why would anyone want to build a new system, right? It's just so much work. And so this is, and also at Agoda, we've got this value called move fast. And when you go through your orientation, they tell you about moving fast. And, you know, it really gets people into the wrong mindset. So how can I build a new system, right? Because there'll always be this missing infrastructure. It's always going to be missing. I'll always have this barrier to entry, right? So, ta-da, templates. We're finally getting closer to the paved path. I'm coming back onto the track. So this is where templates come in. So new project templates, that is. So there's been a few people today that have used this amazing command called .NET New. You guys seen that in a few of the talks before, right? So this stuff is the best thing since sliced bread. So the .NET New command, you can actually build your own templates that you can publish to, you know, public NuGet or your internal NuGet server like we do, and they're just a NuGet package, and you can put anything you like in them. So this is what we've started to do. And I'm going to have to look at some practical examples. So this is what the CS proj file looks like of one of these templates. You can see it looks very similar to a normal CS proj file. One difference is it has a package type template, which is different. And we include this subfolder full of files, and it's got a few other commands, but other than that, it's just a normal CS proj file that you're otherwise used to. And there's the content. So here's an example of some of the things that we stick into our project template. So you can see there, we do things like .get ignore, .get attributes. Who here knows what a .get attributes is good for? No one? Okay. If you work on a team that uses both Windows and Mac and cross-platform development, Google .get attributes like today. It'll fix all your line ending problems that your IDEs have. Comes with readmes with some basic setup instructions about how to use the template, basic project setup with unit integration tests and example tests to show people how to do things. These are brilliant. I had a new team join my area in the last couple of months, and they came from a JVM background, and one of them started to go, hey, you know, how about we create some Postman tests for integration? But then in the project template, it had the lovely new web test application factory pattern, and he was able to see that in the template and realize that Postman is what people used 10 years ago, and we shouldn't be using it anymore for test automation. So also comes with Docker files for building production images as well, Helm charts for deployment. So all of those things that that cause people to make that decision about should I build a new system or not, they're all solved now, right? Building a new system at Agoda now takes about 5 minutes with these templates, and you literally in 5 minutes you're in production. It takes about 5 minutes for the CI pipeline to run on the base template. Cool. So you can see in the file system there, we've got the project structure that you guys are probably used to, and there's that folder up the top called .template.config, which I'll talk about. So this is another file as well as the CS proj file that you need to put in for the template to work properly. It's a JSON file. So you see here, we've got the project short name, so the .NET New, and then you've got to put an ID. of the template. So this is the ID that you'll have to put in when you run the .NET New command. So you see that .NET New, I go to ASP.NET MS, and then that's the short name. What it will then do, and you'll see if I go back here, there's a go-to.project name and project name everywhere. The project name is a keyword that gets replaced in the template. So, and it also does different casing style replacements too. So you can see here, I've got it in lowercase in some places. In Pascal case, it supports, I think, snake case as well. So it'll go through and it'll token replace everything in there that has that uses project name. And you can even put your own custom parameters in. So if you've got other things like a team name that you want to stamp in places in the project, you can add an additional parameter team name and then define it here in your template.json file. And you can add additional parameters. So if there's other things that are standard in your templates, you can go through and replace them. Cool. A little caveat that we found is that dot files are ignored by default, and you've got to put this little parameter in your CS proj files, things like .get ignore and .get attributes. So that's handy to know. And then after you've done all that, you can just basically pack and publish, and you're done. So you can see here just pretty standard .NET pack and .NET NuGet push, and we push it up to our private NuGet server, and then we can use .NET New -I installs it, and you've got to put the package name there, and then after that it's installed on your local machine, and you can use it on just using the .NET New command like you saw in some of the presentations earlier today. So .NET templates. But didn't someone say something about a paved path? So what's a paved path and how does it relate to templates? So a paved path is a supported technology stack in a company. So at Agoda, we've got the multiple tech stacks that we support. .NET's one of them, Scala is another one, Kotlin is another big one now. And so a paved path at a company usually comes with a community of smart people that can help you, libraries and an ecosystem that connect to internal services, onboarding, learning materials. And something that we've found at Agoda is new project templates are a very important part of a paved path. Because part of a paved path is making things easier for engineers. And on your supported technology, you want to make things easier. And if you want to read more about paved paths, I've got a link there. Why paved paths is important. It's important for engineers to make the right choice in technology. You don't want too much diversity in tech stacks at a company, right? You don't want people going and using Erlang and Haskell all over the place, right? You want to, but again, you don't want too little diversity, right? I've seen companies before do things like say, hey, we're going to standardize on one language. And LinkedIn tried it and they rolled back. LinkedIn tried to standardize everything written in Scala and it doesn't work, right? You can't write an iOS app in Scala. So you're always going to have some level of diversity. So by creating a paved path as well, it sends a really healthy message, we find too, because it's not saying that the paved path is the only way to do things, right? It's saying if you do things this way, you'll get support, you'll get people to back you up and help you. But if you have to make another decision, then it's okay, right? So it's I think it's a very healthy message to send to engineers about, you know, independence and making the right decision. Cool. That's it. Any questions, guys?
Thank you. I want to ask about how do you handle the update? I can imagine a case where someone create template 2 years ago and another team create template just today, and they have a very different way of doing things at this point.
This is a very good question, and it's a lesson that we learnt the hard way. So we've been using templates for about 4 years. Some of the applications that we built 4 years ago on our original template, we actually had to upgrade in the last year, and it was a nightmare. The reason it was a nightmare is because what we used to do in our templates 4 years ago is put code in them. This is wrong, right? If you have code that you want to share, don't put it in a template, put it in a library. And then that way, updating your templates is just bumping a library version. What we try and do is, especially with our .NET templates, is basically the only code should be example code, like an example controller, an example test, or your basically your startup, because essentially the startup is a bit like configuration as code for me. It's more config than actual code. Yeah. No, so we use Renovate Bot. So we don't update the template. We put the code in libraries, and then we just have to update the libraries, and we use Renovate Bot to go through and create pull requests for all of our internal libraries. Yeah.
Okay, so obviously, I don't think this is gonna break apart the monolith, but trying to make a kind of a landing zone for new project. Is that my understanding correct?
Yeah, so it doesn't break apart your monolith, but what it does is it stops the leak, right? So it stops people adding new things to the monolith. And then breaking the monolith is a whole other tech talk I could do. I actually have a workshop that takes about 2 hours that I run internally to go to about breaking monoliths. Yep.
Thank you, Joe. I'm Randy. And you touched some question about not having too much diversity and not having too little. Based on your experience, what is your path path for this kind of diversity? And like how many or how much diversity do you need right now for an organization?
I don't know. Like I think it depends on the people. Like, and it depends on your size as well. Like I think probably, yeah, it just depends on the organization. Like I think at Agoda, for example, I think we've got probably 5 or 6 paved paths because we have the mobile app area. But if we didn't have a mobile app and we're primarily like, you know, a company like, I'm trying to think who doesn't have a mobile app these days. There's not many, but like a company without a mobile app, it'd probably be different. Because, you know, we've got things like our native mobile developers and yeah. So yeah, I think it varies. Yeah.
About the creating some template, it's great for setting up some new project. But what I'm thinking about it is it cost to prevent developers to think about some new technology, or when you create a template, there is some libraries, some layers, some base code, and maybe after some while developers should follow their rules, not their own thinking or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things with the templates, and I think you might have noticed it in the example, is that that agoda.project name solution, you can open it and you can compile it and you can debug it and you can run it. So what we do with our templates is we treat them as kind of like a working code example of what we consider best practice. And we actually have some of our platform teams that whenever people have got like new technologies and stuff they're trying, and if it's something we want to go with, we add it to the template. And then we have a pull request of, like, for a Playwright is a recent example of something that we started using at Agoda in the last year or so. We added a new project to our front end template that has Playwright in there, and then you've got a pull request that you can give to people that and go, this is how you add Playwright, and it's a new technology that we're using. So we kind of use the templates as working code example of best practice. Yeah. And we also have we generally put multiple implementations into the template too. So we added Playwright recently, but we left Selenium in there. So there's now 2 UI test projects, and the README says pick which one you want to use and delete the other one. one of the things we find with templates is it's easy for people to delete code. So it's fine to put example code in there and people can just delete it, as opposed to like creating a Confluence page going, this is how you implement Playwright in the template after using it. Yeah.
One by one.
Right?
Yeah, it's like scaffolding. Yeah, everything's ready for you. So, and a lot of our internal libraries too, like I mentioned, authentication, authorization. We're actually using a lot of the stuff that was in the previous presentation, all the ASP.NET stuff. And that's all like wired up in the template, ready to go for you.
And in that template, we can like customize like the configuration in each each template, right?
Yeah. So everything's kind of like configured in the startup, and you just go through and basically delete the things you don't want.
Oh.
Yeah. And we generally have there's a couple different types of templates. Like we've got like a back end template, a front end template, and the high level ones are covered. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your session. I would like to ask you about how you know that your template is good enough for maybe present and future, and do you have any exception on some special project that you may break out from the template, something like that, based on your experience?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. And it's something that we've been, because at Agoda, we're like really big. And I might just show you something if I've got time. So you notice there's a GitLab YAML file here. So it's something I've been doing, because like we've got, I think, about 1,400 Git repos at Agoda, which are production systems. And the one of the things that I've been looking at is divergence. So when someone uses a template, how much of it do they diverge from? And I've actually, the way I've been doing it is looking at starting with CI. So this GitLab YAML has a reference back to a central repo, and then a bunch of steps that it inherits from, and it uses in the CI pipeline. And so what I do is I've written a little crawler that goes through and crawls GitLab at Agoda and looks for people that have how many people actually still have the reference, because some people might like use the template and then just delete the CI and create their own. How many people have added things, and how many people have overrode the inherited steps. And what we actually find is that I think about 20% of the projects, they just remove most of what's in the template and just redo everything, and for no good reason. Like these engineers, they just, I don't like this filing system. I want my tests at the root, and my code in a different root, things like that. And then I think there's probably about 10% of people actually think of something we didn't think of. And we can look at these repos and we actually interview a lot of the engineering teams to find out why they do these sort of things. And we actually get some good feedback. So we've kind of got a feedback loop going. I don't know how to analyze, like I'm only doing CI at the moment, but there's probably some other things that we could analyze too, but it's fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Guys, you are free for the lunch. We see you at 2 p.m. Okay? Right? 2 p.m. Yeah. And please don't 2 p.m. here, sit down, not 2 p.m. that you enter, because we try to keep all the conference on time. So please stay here some minutes before 2 o'clock, and 2 o'clock all sit here. Okay? Thank you very much. See you later.
No, actually just got this straight from the J company, JB, yeah, the box rail, JB, right? But it has the Ryzen 9.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a gaming laptop.
Yeah. Oh, I had that config about like the name level 51.
Oh yeah, I looked at one. Yeah. Yeah, it was actually very hard for me to find a laptop that had like our minimum requirements. We needed 32 gigs of RAM, and we needed a Ryzen 9. Right? Like, when we start talking about that, then they also put a really big graphics card. Right? Like, I don't really need a graphics card. Right? So it is hard to find a laptop. I think I looked at level 51. Right? Like, but I think they didn't have any options where to get it. Get like integrated graphics, which is, I don't want to pay for.
Yes, I give. Okay, yeah, otherwise I give you, no problem.
Playing my power adapter.
How many people get the board right now? Saul, Char is in the board.
Yeah, Sanjay is still there. We have a new employee named Den. Andrew, they're doing data pipeline.
Back to Jabbar.
Yeah. And we have a new office admin one. Pretty small, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's, but it's all senior.
Now you understand why I say come back on time. Eh? Okay, I can go. Okay, cool. So welcome back to the next to the afternoon session of the .NET Conf Thailand. Now, as first speaker of the afternoon, please present yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. It's like it's been a pleasure to come back again this year and in the offline, right? So
Yes, right. Continue.
yes, okay, nice.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, so in this session, you guys gonna with me. My name is Giti Thadek who I am the technical specialist at Mohara. And we are hiring right now. Sorry. So in my specialist, it's like in the term of immersive experience, like AR and VR. So today we're gonna talking about the augmented reality and the machine learning. So I'm not sure if you guys already know about the augmented reality. So is anyone knowing about that already? The AR or someone didn't know that? There is no response, so I'm gonna be. So for example, let's say the AR, right? If you have seen the Pokemon Go or something like that, yeah, that's what the AR. You're gonna be pointing your camera at something, right, and deploy some model or some stuff that you want, right? Yeah, that's what the AR. And the machine learning, I assume you guys already know about that, but it's hard to start, right, about the machine learning. So even if we are knowing what is it, right, but how to start with it, it's gonna be like where to start about that. So yeah, so in this session we're gonna talking about how could we use machine learning to send some uh, data to the AR. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the example of the thing that we have used the machine learning with the AR, right? So like you guys can see, so we have the hand tracking, right? So think about it. So it can be recognized the hand sign, hand pose, or the gesture. So in this example, it can be like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? It can be even detect the Spider-Man pose like this one, right? So it, yeah, see. So this was the thing, right? Because if we just using the hand tracking, right, it's the normal hand tracking, it's gonna be like it detects your finger, 5 finger. But for the gesture, you need to have a lot of coding into it, right? So this gonna be the useful. How could we like using the machine learning with the augmented reality? So the next one is the good example of the face tracking. So back then, if we are someone knowing about the processing, how could we like doing the facial animation of the model or the character in the movie, right? Uh, if you guys have seen like a behind the scenes or something like that, you guys gonna see some they have using the motion sensor on the actor face, right? But right now with the machine learning thing, right? We can just use only single camera. For example, like my camera, I'm gonna show you in this session. So just the MacBook camera with like a very low resolution, yeah, it can be detect the face, right? So like your smile, your iris, or your face turn away. Yeah. So before going into that, I'm gonna show you about the tool that we're gonna use in this session. So let's say back then I having the issue, right? Uh, I think I can be said about this one. It should be one of my work. So back then the client want to having something like hey, I want to doing the shoe recognition. For me it's like a way and deploy something into it. Me like a how could I doing that, right? because of the thing about if we just doing just the AR deploy on your foot or shoe, right? It's not gonna possible because of that's everything that is just like a image processing or something like that. But it can be used, but it's not dynamic, right? Enough to deploy off the thing. So I have been a lot of researching about that. So I end up like maybe I can use the machine learning to helping the tracking of the AR, right? I have found something called the media pipe. So this one media pipe was the machine learning library that are created by Google. I think someone may not know about this one. So it's gonna be the media pipe like the machine learning solution library from Google. So and this one is like the open source where you can just download it and no, don't say the download it. We just clone it, right? So and what is media pipe, right? Like I said, it's what a customizable machine learning solution for live and streaming media, right? So in this one, you're gonna having they're having a lot of solution, right? They're having the face detection, face made or iris, and yeah, a lot of things that you can pay. So if you are the one who interested in the ML, right, but you don't know where to start, right, because of the think about you need to provide the data set onto it, and you need to train it, right? It take a lot of time to make it like a precise and yeah. So but this media pipe they just like provide us with a lot of data set that trained by Google already. So the thing that you need to do is just like clone it and just build it on your machine, right? And you're gonna get off this solution. They're having like the 4 feature. So the end-to-end acceleration, build one and deploy anywhere. That means so after you build one, right, you can use it in the like another project, something like that. And yeah, ready to use solution. Like I said, right, after you just build it, it can provide the data to you, and you just use it whatever you want, right? And the important thing is like free and open source, right? So you guys can go into the website like a mediapipe.io. Gonna seeing the website and talk about the platform, right? So basically, MediaPy is like a cloud platform machine learning solution. So that means you can use it on desktop, Mac OS, or the Android or iOS, right? Yeah. But in our case, right, we using the C sharp, right? So it's a little bit tricky in this session because I'm gonna use the Python version and link it with the library of the C sharp. Yeah, but basically everything is like a turning into the C++, right? So that all when we build it into the mobile, gonna be the same. Okay, like you guys can see, it's like the code platform. So another thing is like it support the JS, right? That means it can deploy on the website as well. Yeah. So think about you having like let's say back then, right, doing the AR on the website like a very hard, right? Because it having like a issue on the tracking or something like that. So the media pipe will provide solution for like a tracking, for example, the face, right? So I'm not sure you guys having paying the Facebook like a Leo or something like that. So why it not exist on the desktop version? So that's what the point, right? Because doing the face tracking on the desktop is like a very hard, right? So they're gonna provide like a at the ML library on the mobile instead of that. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the interesting point or interesting solution and going into it one by one about the interesting solution that we can use and adapt it into something. Right? So the first one, right, right? Like a very important, right? Because we need to track the surface that we want to deploy our model onto the surface, right? But the problem of the just like a typical tagging, if we didn't use the ML, is it takes some time to recognize surface, right? Or is using like an image like that, but with instant motion tracking, right? They're gonna be provide us with the smooth, like it name like instant tracking. So in this case, they're just deploying it on the vacuum machine, right? So if we just use the typical AR tracking, it cannot be possible to tracking something with the moving. Yeah, it's not possible to do that because if the surface need to be like a state, right? Not moving. So in this one, it's gonna be huge for me as well. When I have found this one, it's like wow, how they're doing that. Yeah, but with the machine learning, right? They just train AI to like recognize the pattern that they have tracked, right? That we want, and yeah, we have got this one, so we can track the moving object right now. Gonna be cool. So think about how could we adapt this one, right? So if we have a car or something like that, and we want to put some UI on that car, right? Think about we pointing the information of the car. So yeah, it can be tracking the car when it's moving, which one. This is the Honda, this is the Mercedes-Benz or something like that. And yeah, if we train it a lot, I believe it can be the band or the year that it released, something like that. Yeah, it's gonna be huge and improve our AR experience a lot, right? So the next one, this is the one that I have used on that project that I have talking about before, right? So how could we like tracking the shoe, right? So we have back then I have using this one. It's called the object one. So the object one will provide us with the 3D recognition in the real world space, right? And it's gonna be estimate the dimension of the object that we want to track, right? So how can we adapt it into something, right? So back then I have using the object on and to make it something like in the right hand side. It should be on your guide right hand side, right? So we have the data of the shoe, right? The dimension, and after that we just like deploy the model on that point, right? So that's all, right? It's cool for you guys or something. Yeah. So and nowadays we have a lot of something like this on the try on feature. So you guys gonna see it something like the try on the code or go up or something like that. Yeah, it have a lot of thing on the earth right now about this one. Yeah, it's not new, but think about how could we make that. It's gonna be like a where should we start, right? Yeah, it's gonna be start with something like this, the object one. Yeah, this is for the keyword to achieve that one. And another one, this one, I'm gonna show you about the holistic, right? Yeah, they call holistic. So basically, holistic is like a combination of the hand tracking, pose tracking, and the face tracking, right? It combines three things into one thing. So yeah, so it's gonna be using something like a post landmark or something like that. But if you guys cannot understand that, I can explanation about the the next one first. So the post tagging, right, is what the post landmark, right? So think about when you guys doing some post, right? That so for example that Spider-Man pose or something like that, or if you want the hero landing pose. So yeah, you can just train the AI like putting a lot of Iron Man image into it, right? And make it like hey guys, this is like a hero landing post, right? So, but in this case, the adaptation, the post tagging into something like a fitness thing, right? So think about you can count the push up, right? So it's gonna be provide you with the put right up and down, and it counts as one in the example, and some company they use the post landmark like the fitness analytic, right? Think about when you exercise, right? You watching the YouTube video and exercise. How could you know it is correct or not, right? I am doing it correct or wrong. No one can tell you, right? But with this one, if we doing the fitness app like hey to check is it correct or not, right? You can just detect the post. So if you just like going down but not down at all, it's gonna be like no, you need to down more to count it as down, something like that. Yeah. So yeah, this is the post tracking. So back to the holistic, right? The holistic gonna be combine everything into one thing, right? So think about if we want to doing the motion capture thing, what you need to do, putting the suit, right? And putting those sensor onto your face. But with this one, you can just doing something like that with your camera, right? So it save you a lot of time, and not just the time, it's about the cost. So the cost for motion capture suit is like a huge, really huge. It's like a million or something like that. When I have taken a look into that, and like I give up. Yeah. So on this technology, what we can use of if you guys the motion capture was the best example, right? Another thing is like if you guys knowing the VTuber or something like that, that having the people back in the camera, right? And after that they having the avatar into the video, right? So I have a chance to go into that process once time. So they're just using the motion uh, motion capture suit, right, with the face tagging camera. So that's gonna be the cost for them, right? It's a lot. So with this one, so with the machine learning, we can reduce a lot of cost. Yeah, that's what the purpose of the holistic. So I have talked a lot of media pipe, right? So I think it's what the time to show you guys how it is look like right now. So I'm gonna switch into the Unity. So in the case of you guys didn't know what is Unity, right? Unity is the cross-platform game engine. This is from the Wikipedia, right? And it's released on the 2005. But right now, we cannot call it the game engine anymore for me, because it's like a real-time development platform for me, because you can doing like a lot of things, right? Not specific in the game. You can do the animation. So if you didn't know about that, have you guys watching the latest Black Panther movie? It pre-composite with the Unity. Yeah, that's right. They have pre-composite that Black Panther movie with the Unity. So it reduced the time, and yeah, we can do it. Uh, it's like a very popular platform to doing the AR right now. Yeah, because it can deploy on mobile or website. Yeah, and it's free. So, and I'm gonna special thank to this GitHub first before we are going into the Unity. He just like provide the plugin for us. So, oh no, we need to turn on the light. Sorry. Uh, do we have someone to like testing this one? If you want to test, right? Okay. So yeah, the volunteer, cool. So we're gonna take the holistic that we talk about a moment ago. Yeah, come here, please. So let's see. No, you don't need to sit. It can be tracked when you stand. Is it cool? So I'm gonna hit the play button. Wait. Slow, easy. Yeah. So, see, put your hands up. Is it cool or something? So, yeah, so you can just like turn back or something like that. It can be like it can be predict your pose. Is it cool? Yeah, this is the power of the ML that Google provides to us. So think about what we can do about this one, right? Think about we have the model of the character. Yeah, you can like dance or something like that if you want. Spider-Man. Nice. Yeah, so no, it's only one, right? Yeah, but you can try if you want to. Yeah, so this was the thing that they provide to us. So it's gonna be so it's like the okay. So I think this is enough to demonstrate you guys how it is look like, right? Because I think the image cannot provide you. So I just like built it yesterday. Honestly, sorry about that. So it should be like the 3D model in this case, no, but I cannot make it in time. But yeah, but this should be enough to like let you guys see what the data that come from the machine learning look like, right? And we can adapt it to the product that you guys want to do. Yeah, that's all. So if if you guys have any question.
Which one hand is blue, another one is orange because it know right and left?
Yeah, that's right. And it can be using in the mobile device as well. Yeah, that was a good thing about this one. And the reason why it having orange and blue one, right? So because of the sometimes it need to be mirror because your phone camera, right? You need to recognize, hey, what is it left or right? Yeah, so that's all. And yeah, the face tagging, even if I can like open my mouth like this, right? So think about back then, right? The face tracking that I have talking about. So I don't have any motion sensor on my face, right? It can be like hello. Yeah, so we can do it like if we using that face data provide to the avatar, right? So it can be using like the lip sync onto your model. So someone have some crazy idea. They're gonna using some web to lip and put it into the avatar. And before that, they using like text to speak, right? So that means they just input something and after that put it to the ML and send it to the avatar. So you don't need to do anything anymore. Yeah. So I think that all for this session. If you guys having a question about this one, it can be English or Thai.
So that is called through Hello. Yeah. So the demo that you just shown earlier, right? So it's called through the media pipe. Media pipe is an API provider for the engine, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
No. It is not the AI. So even if I disconnect to the internet, right, it can be used as well.
So it's like a compile.
Yeah, that's right.
Ready
That's why
model.
they call it like a build and run anywhere, right? Because after you build one, it can be using on your phone or somewhere else because you get the model already, so no need to build it again. See?
So does it have like the API? For example, if I write a C# code from the engine, right? I'll be like, if left-handed dot raise or something like that, or do we need to call some crazy coordinates like x and y, latitude, longitude? You get what I mean, right?
Yeah, that exactly what it provides to us. So I think you guys gonna see the point on the screen, right? The orange and blue. That's what the coordinate that they provide to us. But don't worry, they just like putting a line of those points for us, so you don't need to do some crazy stuff like putting the coordinate to in your machine. But they provide the raw data as well. If you want it, you can be accessed with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a question about if like it's kind of like a tracking in your face, your hand. How about if you turn around and can track your left hand and right hand, right?
I don't think so, but it can be predict, right?
Yeah.
So if I turn back like this one, but my hand is here, right?
Yes.
The camera
Oh,
didn't
it's
see my
working.
hand.
Can you show your hand up? No, it's not.
Yeah, it's just predict,
yeah.
right? So if I turn back like this one, so you're gonna see, right? It can be predict like a little more, but
Uh-huh.
since the camera didn't see you, right?
Mhm.
It's gonna be hard to.
If camera see your hand, but you turn back. Da-da-da-da.
See, it's gonna be smooth,
one
right?
more. Can you like turn your hand to camera, but you're on the back?
This one,
No, no.
you know,
Just-
you
just-
can come here and try. You know, it's gonna be because I'm gonna see what you want to do. But
Uh-huh.
we can like demonstrate to everyone
Uh.
what is it like the limitation of the plugin or
Yeah.
the library. Yeah, this is nice, for me.
Dun 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 dun
Okay.
dun dun.
Wow.
It's work. It's
Yeah. So
yeah. There is like a confused. Yeah. Yes. And okay.
So
Yeah.
it's just something like the movement prediction, right? So it's gonna be knowing what your movement gonna be look like, but it's not precise at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you for your session. Very interesting. And by the way, my friend have the animal hospital, and I am thinking about to customize it to be for animal. And I would like to know how much or how many example to train it, or they are any
Oh.
ready to use.
Okay, so about the animal, it's gonna be hard because they just provide us with the human tracking.
Okay.
I think it's like a 4 GB of the data set. Yeah,
A lot, right?
and it should be combination with the image and the video as well. So you can going into the GitHub, right? And they're gonna show us what the data set look like. Yeah, it
Yep.
can be, you can build it with your own, right? So for example, if you want to train the animal thing, right? For example, the cat. So you can just provide a lot of the cat, like a typical ML, right?
Yep.
Because of back then when I have doing those shoe, right? I provide with the only one band of the shoe into it and let it detect those band already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it can be used something like that if you want to train it by yourself.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So, wrap here your hands to him.
Thank you, guys.
Bravo come sempre.
Congrats.
Bravo, bravo.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that it's like everyone is happy about this session. You know, it's like a little bit scared for me. It's like is it gonna be good, for you guys?
Yeah, but also for you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guy.
Thank you to you that every time you show this important content.
Who's gonna be next?
So
Oh.
after this, after him and this fancy, amazing demonstration, we need to go better. So this is your role, and this is your effort today. I know that we can trust you, and you are able to do that. So, guys, please clap your hands to guide.
เอาครับเอาครับต้องใช้สิครับขอบคุณครับ All right, I have to get up here. All right, no pressure. No pressure at all. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Got your lunch? Sleepy?
Yeah.
I know that. I know that, right? Sleepy too. It's like the earliest I have been since working from home. Okay, come on. There you go. A little bit for me. You know the topic already, and obviously you know where I'm from. Workingly, like so. A little bit of me. I'm Guide. It's called me Guide. I've been in the community for a while now. Like I've been talking in the .NET conference for thrice, probably thrice. And I was a dev and ops for 3 years since I finished my college. And now I've been in technical sales for 4 years. So for some of us that's wondering what a technical sales is, basically the nerds who know how to talk to the business people, bring in the AE, get some money in, all those things. So, you know, I just enjoy a back-to-back meeting every day. So I prefer to be a tech sales. So, and also I worked at Microsoft before. So today I'm going to be demoing the stuff on the Red Hat stuff on Azure, right? And I like games, a lot of games, and drinks, cocktails, beers, whatever. Bring me in. Happy to. I like steaks, especially picanha. Picanha cut, absolutely awesome. And I always skip legs day. Nobody do legs day anyway. So, all right, enough about me. Let's get to know OpenShift a little bit. Hi. Any of us have heard of OpenShift before? Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. Okay. So, anybody have heard of Red Hat before? Red Hat. Right, we are in the IT industry, right? Come on, you know Red Hat. So, what's the main product, or how is Red Hat being famous for? What are we famous for? A hat. Thank you. Come on. Another things. Linux, absolutely. The enterprise Linux, right? So Linux is open source, and as Red Hat, we find open source to be sometimes not fit for the enterprise because you have to maintain everything yourself. There's no support. We see this as a gap, and we do it. OpenShift is another one of Red Hat key product, right? So in order for the demo to be effective, I really have to give you an introduction to the product, but don't worry. No hard selling in this session. No hard selling. I promise. All right. We are engineers. We like to build things. And most of the time, we know we need a car. What do? We build our own car, right? What are the components of the cars? That's a lot. That's a lot, right? Imagine. By the way, I won't be talking about should you need microservices, should you go to monolith, and the yada yada of the story, right? But this is the reality of us, dev and ops people. For example, Kubernetes itself might just be an engine of a car. But in order to deploy stuff and make it actually work as a platform, you need a lot of other stuff surrounding the Kubernetes environment, right? You need the monitoring stack, ELK, EFK, you need a service mesh, STO, you need CI/CD pipeline, GitLab, Jenkins, so on and so forth, right? So you are spending a lot of time creating the cars, and we are proud of doing it, right? We are proud of our own cars. And if you haven't seen this mind map before, it's a little bit janky, but this is the reality of the CNCF landscape right now. So CNCF is the cloud native foundation. So basically everything that related to the cloud native application tools, source, open source tools is all in here. And if you have to start your own Kubernetes cluster, given that you have to research all of these tools, like which one is going to be best for your environment, good luck. Good luck with that. So yeah, this is the last soft selling slide that I have. So basically, Red Hat OpenShift is like the pre-integrated Kubernetes by Red Hat, right? It has everything that you probably need. Someone of you may say, guys, we don't need that. It's too bloated. Can we start small? Like, hey, it's too much. We don't need more complicated stuff. We are already complicated ourselves enough. So yes, of course. I mean, these are all supported by Red Hat, but you can choose to not use some of part of the car. Maybe you just need a bicycle, right? Maybe you just need an eco car. You don't need like a Mercedes-Benz, like seem to be expensive, something like that. There's a lot of choices for you. But that is up to the architect people like me and Giorgio and many more, right? To determine whether we really need this stuff. But just a quick glance, right? Podman instead of Docker. Docker is 2012 already, so we use Podman. And the other tools, the CRI-O worth mentioning, Kubernetes, of course. So Red Hat at the heart is still Kubernetes, so you can use kubectl and everything that it fit with, right? So and CIO, I really like this one because of the replication of Docker from Kubernetes version 1.24. They stop supporting Docker, right? So CRI-O is another alternative. So anyway, just a quick architecture overview of the cluster itself, right? So we got the master node, we got the worker node. Basically just like another Kubernetes cluster that offer everywhere, right? On Azure, on the Meson, GKE, AKS, EKS, quite the same with a little touch of Red Hat software magic, right? So we have the node, we have the load balancer, the public IP DNS, and the OpenShift console, which you guys gonna see. So yeah, and the icon are in Azure, even though Red Hat OpenShift can be deployed on any cloud, but this event is sponsored by Microsoft, so I'm gonna talk about Azure. So let's see it. Let's see how we can actually deploy the .NET application onto OpenShift itself, right? Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit. So basically, if you guys are familiar with Azure already, this is the Azure portal. I'm in the resource group with the ARO cluster. ARO is Azure Red Hat OpenShift, right? And the VNet. That's it. And when I get into it, boom, there will be the OpenShift console that I can go inside and manage all my Mac application on the cluster. All right. So let's say that I follow into that already. This is what I'm going to see. So this is the OpenShift. This is the ARO, right? So we have the zooming is very, very not friendly with me right now. There you go. So there's an administrator view and also the developer view. But let's have a quick touch at the developer view first, right? So at first glance, you may see like, oh, normally Kubernetes itself doesn't have a GUI, but this one has. And by the way, this is all open source project integrated together. So In this, most of the time, the developer, we will spend our time on this menu a lot called topology, right? So the topology is basically all about the parts, the container app that is deployed on OpenShift. Here, I have the .NET sample already deployed into the project .NET conference. So in the term, project is basically namespace in Kubernetes, right? But in here, we call it project. You can have multiple projects. You can divide the project by the environment, dev, prod, UAT, whatever you need, and specify the role of the developers, the ops by project. That's normal. So let's get into the deployment, right? So I click add, and there's a whole bunch of options that I can do to deploy the project. So either from the Git repository, from the samples, or if you have a pre-built container image, you can use that as well. Or you can import the YAML file or the Helm chart file. Everything works. Everything is fit into this. So let me go really quickly into the samples. And yes, since it's container-based, so any kind of frameworks or languages that support container, most languages do right now. So it can be deployed, all can be deployed here. So this is the sample that is inside. And let's create a samples. Let's create another samples then. So I click in here, and it already provides the .NET 6 with the UBI. It's called the Universal Base Image. So it's a container image you can use as a base to build your container, and it's provided by Red Hat as well. So the security fix, the patching, the everything is already in the image. And as you can see, it's refreshing the GitHub repository. Right? I can just click on it, and there's an error. There you go. Adding another numbers, and everything should work. Magic. All right. It's very, very, very easy, right? We can deploy sample.NET application into OpenShift. And now there's 2 instances of the pod already. So some of us may say, hey, guys, we are developers. Get that GUI out of here. We want terminal. Got that. I feel you, don't worry. So here, I have connect the terminal with the cluster itself. So normally you use the kubectl, right? But in this case, it's OC. This is the OC command. So you can get the pods and get the services, get all the object of the Kubernetes as normal as we are fit to do. All right. So let's see another way to deploy the .NET application. Okay. Get the answers. At first, let's make sure that the .NET image ready to use. So do OC describe is.NET is image stream. So basically, OpenShift has its own container registry as well called image stream. I check. Okay, look good. I already installed the 7.0 already. So .NET 7. So copy that command. I create a new project. All right, just to separate it, the namespace a little bit, so that it doesn't have a conflict there. And go to the command called OC new app. This doesn't have in Kubernetes CTL. So what I'm deploying next is to add a Postgres database ephemeral into OpenShift cluster itself. Guide, who the hell deploy database on Kubernetes cluster? You may be wondering that, but this is a dev environment, so don't worry about it. So we create the database already. What next? We're gonna add the actual application that can connect to the database, right? So OC new app, again, we specify the .NET base image that we want to use. Then we specify the GitHub repository, and then we specify the contact directory, which is the application. So you have a lot of CS project, right? But you have to choose which one that you want to build. So this is the way to input the parameter into that. You may be wondering, guys, again, where's the container image? How can you build from the source like this? Well, actually, there's a project called source to image, which is basically the name suggested. You don't need to write a Docker file of your own. Just put your code, and then the project will build the container image for you. Kind of like the one that our earlier speaker this morning showed. That. All right. Anyway, zoom out a little bit. Seems like there are conflicting image streams. Okay. Anyway, I had just switched to the administrator view. So basically, it's a little bit different from developer portal. This is the admin portal. So there will be more stuff or information about the cluster, the infrastructure. Maybe you want to see the compute, the nodes, the VM behind the scene. You know, which one is master, which one is the worker. Can do all the scaling over there. But let's get back to the developer portal. Right? So let's say that you want to see the pod itself. Like, for example, how many replica sets of the pod that it has. So right now it has only one. If you want to scale the pod, you can just click it in the portal, and then it will scale to more pods. And if I delete the pod manually, or maybe the pod restart itself, then the Kubernetes cluster will make sure to spin up to be matched with the configuration, right? What about the logs? What are the loggings, right? And now I have 2 pods running in the screen, and I just get into the pod and attach the log streaming, or I can even do the shell script into it, but you shouldn't directly shell script into the container that is running. So, and of course, everything is in YAML behind the scene. So if you are familiar with YAML already, there's no need for this GUI at all, right? You can just, put your pipeline, do your infrastructure as code and manage everything to the code. That's also possible. That's also a possibility. And we encourage you to do that as well, right? Okay, now switch this a little bit. Switch my project. Okay, so this is the Postgres that was just deployed recently, right? Same, just pod, there's everything, there's a detail of the Postgres itself. And the secret, I think the secret should be available here as well. There you go. All right, so you can do all the crazy stuff here, right? Attaching the secret to the container. Maybe you add a persistent volume claim, PV, PVC into each pod that you want to do. So yeah, I think that's more than enough. So while I'll try to fix the terminal, I'm opening to any questions.
Okay, all the operation in the middle of the time, I give you some space, pressure. I remove the pressure. Let me say that this can happen also in Kubernetes. If you work AKS or whatever, can happen. Now, I'm asking to the people that are working with the kubectl or the AKS or the AWS one or another one. How much simple do you find with the UI? I don't know if you can feel that. Probably only who use this can see that. Is the UI 3-click, and we have 1 click, we scale up the pod without write the prepare the template and of the Helm or YAML file and so on, as Guy already described. This is what the opens, this plus other million of feature is what OpenShift give to you. Now can be easy, can be hard. Okay, this is all the opinion and all the point of view are valid. I don't say anything to you. Now, why the dev have only the database? I see database deployed in the Kubernetes also for production environment. Point is when scale the database that happened to disaster. So, what do you think? Good, bad? Is red hat I don't want? Yeah,
Yeah.
let him finish.
Fire away. No way.
Okay.
No worry. No
Okay.
worry. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Basically, when I create the software and we deploy into the environment, we need to track it about the availability or performance or something like that. In Azure, we have the Azure Insights, right? In this, I would like to let you introduce.
Of course. So the observability is already included with Prometheus, as in the OpenShift itself. So there's a basic dashboard that you can do the CPU usage. You can do it by namespace. You can do it by whatever filter that you want. And also, if you want to, you can attach a Kibana dashboard into it as well. So a way to do that is through the operator hub. So anyone have used Kubernetes operator before? Kubernetes operator, right? So it's basically a way to easily integrate it third-party solution into your Kube cluster without you have to build your own Helm chart for that. There's already stuff for that already for you, right? For example, if you want Kibana, I can just add a logging operator or ECK operator. This is already pre-built. Or maybe I'm using GitLab, and you can actually deploy the GitLab cluster inside OpenShift itself as well. Using the CI/CD operator inside it, put your own source code inside the GitLab, also possible as well.
And another question: when do I need to add some library to make the .NET app? Do I need some library to let the .NET application to send the log or something else to the OpenShift?
Good questions. Very, very good questions. So normally, in terms of service monitoring and distributed tracing, right? You may be familiar with Application Insight, right? So in the world of Kubernetes or OpenShift, we prefer to use a service mesh, Istio, if anyone ring the bell with it. So it's basically a sidecar injection to the container pod. You don't have to touch the code itself, but let the service mesh handle all the layer 4 and layer 7 traffic, right? So you can trace your application API calling through the service mesh itself. So you don't have to touch the code. Yeah. Although it comes with some caveat about performance, like the sidecar might consume your worker node seat utilization a little bit, but it's just very little.
Thank you for your presentation. Just for curiosity, why the KDA service is deprecated here?
Which one?
Uh,
KDA, right?
Yeah. It's for auto scaling.
Right. The KDA, I've seen that. So OpenShift use another operator instead of KDA for the newer version. I think from like 4.10 forward, we stopped using KDA. But you can still use it, but it won't be supported. That's it.
What is your OpenShift service for the auto scale?
The auto scale, right? I cannot remember the upstream. I cannot remember the upstream of the name of the project. Let me get back to you on that.
Oh, okay. Just because I used the K there, it was with the Kubernetes. It was cool.
Yeah.
For the auto scaling services.
Right.
Okay, and another good page for because next question is here. For the Postgres or all the relation database, the disk is important for
Right.
when you are trying to scale your database. Then when you push that pod and try to increase your pods, what happened with the disk, with the data? You need to integrate your database instances.
So basically, it depends on the database engine itself as well. But just to answer your questions, this thing is ephemeral, so it doesn't have any persistent memory in it. But for the persistent database that you may want to deploy onto the cluster, you need to create a persistent volume object that is tied into the actual physical storage, right? Through the CSI, through the CIS driver, right? There's a protocol for that. But most storage on the cloud and on premise in the market right now probably all support the CSI CSI API that can integrate with the persistent volume, right?
Okay, thank you.
Other question?
I like your question though. Like, is GUI really necessary for the developers?
For me, yes. One, because is the no need to type is 3 click instead of 4 commands. One.
Exactly.
Second, use the right brain instead of the left part of the brain because it's intuitive. The UI is more intuitive than the CI, the CLI. It's clear, so you can understand probably some issue. Your issue, the bug that in Kubernetes or I have the experience and I probably know where I need to check. Okay, fine. But if I have a developer that I have the first time in Kubernetes, I need to ask who help or I spend 1 hour.
Exactly. So I have 3 minutes left, but what I want to emphasize a little bit more is that the GUI is a very, very good tools to onboard new member of your team as well. Like not everybody is familiar with container or Kubernetes. So this is like kind of like a starting ramp for people, right? So you might be wondering, guys, is there a free version of it? You said it's open source. Yes. There's a project called OKD, which is the upstream project of OpenShift, and you can try it straight away, right? Or if you're like, oh, it's a bit too big, can we do it locally? Yes, there's a mini shift, like a mini cube, that you can deploy OpenShift on a single node on your own VM on your local machine, right? So I encourage you to try it out. Like it's like a new flavor. It's not new actually. It's not new. It's just been here in the market for a while now, and I hope you have something back for today. Any more questions? I think we can do one more.
Then,
all right.
Wait a second. I need to ask to the bad guy. Jose, do you have some question? You see,
I will be a bit polemic here, right?
He's a bad guy.
And when do I have some alternatives like Azure and AWS or Google, AKS, and I'm pretty happy with those, right? Why would I why would I use OpenShift, right? What are your main selling points?
Thank you for that questions. So you have AKS, you have EKS, you have JKE. Sorry, you have everything already. You have everything. You have your own car already, right? So why move? The quick question for all developers here: you don't have to. I'm just being blunt here. You don't have to. But you are starting a new project, maybe try it out. You need to reinvent the wheel every time, right? But if I really need to migrate you from EKS into OpenShift, this is what you have. Like you have the enterprise grade support for the whole stack, right? So basically you have a single neck to choke when there's a problem, right? If let's say you use AKS with GitLab, or you use AKS with ECO Service Mesh, ECO is not supported by Microsoft Azure, right? So you have to go through ECO problem yourself. But if it's on OpenShift, you can just choke on Red Hat neck. That's one thing that is also beneficial for the ops as well. And another point is all the stuff you have already seen, the GUI and the ease of use and everything. So yeah, that's also it. And you also have an SRE for your team as well. So if you use ARO or ROSA, it's a managed services, kind of like the Azure platform as a service offering, right? Azure SQL and those things. This is quite the same, but Red Hat co-engineer with the engineer at Microsoft Azure and AWS to cooperate and proactively monitor your OpenShift cluster on the cloud. So for example, the engineer will basically send you an email ticket, right? Hey, you have to update your cluster now. Do you want us to do it for you? You just click approve and the engineer will manage that for you. And you don't have that privilege if you are using their managed kube cluster on the cloud. So that's another thing as well. We can talk about it offline. I think I have run out of time.
Guys, thank you very much. Thank you, guide. Beautiful and important as ever. Guys, coffee break. I already power on the hot water and it's boiling. So the water is hot. You can have your coffee in less time than before this morning. See you in half hour. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. You are the next, right?
You completely say what happened.
นี่นะฮะยูนะฮะ
พี่ครับถามหน่อยครับคือพอดีอ่ะที่บริษัทมันมีทีมเล็กๆใช่ไหมทีนี้เขาคอยเห็นตรงนี้แหละแต่ว่าปัญหาคือเขาบอกว่าให้สิทธิ์ทุกประเด็นแต่ผมไม่เห็นอะไรในเห็นแล้วโปรเจกต์ไงแล้วทีนี้มันพอจะมีแบบที่เราแบบเป็นตัดสคริปชั่นแล้วเราพอจะไปตามเองได้ไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยออนไลน์อย่างเงี้ยเพราะว่าตอนนี้เวลาผมไปคุยกับเขาเลยที่เขาถามแล้วเราควรต้องการเพอร์มิชั่นอะไร
Guys, next year we need to ask to you to come and speak. Because I pull out myself to give you another hour of lunch. After next year, we need to pull out of that. So you need to come and join to the community, come here, enjoy. As you see now, we seems that we are that we know each other, we work all together. No, we know from last 3 years, 4 years, and we are part of the community. So we allow you and push you to join the community and enjoy yourself first. Blame Jose all the time. Don't worry. He's the boss and he's the person that.
I'm Joseph.
Why you have the breakfast?
Lunch.
Sì, vabbè, now it's lunch. Dai. Tell us another thing.
Well, yeah, since we have few minutes to start, we have some people here. And folks, we still have some
lunch.
food. We still have some food, okay. And we are going to finish the conference soon. And please, after we finish, you can go to the kitchen, grab one food if you want. You can bring it home, or you can get one or two or three as how many you want. Or if you want to give the food for your doorman, right, the guy in your condo, the doorman, or if you live near Conf Thai and there are some vulnerable people around you, right, you can pick a bag of food and you can deliver to them if you wish. Okay. Help us with this. With the food would be amazing. We want to avoid as much waste as possible, and we would like to contribute with the community. Also, if we always try to prepare, but next year, right? We are going to. We always try to contact some orphanage or hospital or some partners that we have to try to bring the food for them. Right? And this year we couldn't, so help us bring some food home. Okay.
คือพี่เซตอัพ .NET 7เนี่ยไว้คนละโปรเจกต์กันพอจะ create โปรเจกต์ที่เป็น .NET 7มันเลยบอกว่าไม่ใช่ go เองนะครับพลาดเองและนี่คือสาเหตุที่ imperative way มันไม่ดีนะครับง่วงก็นอน You look ready. Four minutes. Yeah. 4 minutes. Để làm cái có béo ai không được chứ lúc khi khai đâu đọc mình khai đâu chứ lúc PS อ่ะเจอผ่านน้อยเจอล่าสุดนี้คือกินเบียร์ด้วยกันกับวิวตอนไหนโอ้จะผ่านหลายเดือนแล้ว
Only one slide. Perfect. Okay. Easy. Easy. Where are they? I need to go. Next time I need to implant them I feed the president from the hospital.
Yes, I waiting you, honestly. As always, waiting you in all the time, like a beautiful girl. It's okay? Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Coffee already done. Last coffee, last session. Prepare yourself. I present you Dinand that give you the and describe, give you the and show you the serverless and how use that. Please always clap your hands because we are here and we like that.
Okay, hello. Yeah, so I am Dinant. I'm working as a cloud architect at Seven Peak Software. Also, we are hiring, so if you're interested, let us know. And today I'll be talking about serverless with .NET. So first, I'll go over what serverless really is. So in general, right, serverless is spinning up infrastructure on an as-needed basis. So that means that if you don't have anything to do, you won't be using any infrastructure. If you're on a public cloud, that also means that you technically don't pay for anything. So you only pay for what you use. So now that we know what serverless is, then I think we should continue with when do we actually use it? And then, okay, how do we get started? What is actually impacting the performance of serverless? Okay, so in general, if we want serverless, we need to know when to use it. And that means we also need to have an environment that can actually run serverless. So most of you will probably think of public clouds, but if you have a, let's say, own data center, you might also have a private cloud, and that could be OpenStack based or something else. So here you can also run serverless applications. So there's a few flavors. So on Azure, we have function as a service, and we also have container apps. So functions, Azure Functions, is more like you have small pieces of code. These small pieces of code do some work, and they are execution based. So you basically just invoke a function. That function does something, and you're done, right? With container apps, it's actually just a normal container. So you create your .NET host, your web API, whatever it is, right? And you just create a container, you push it to a container registry, and you deploy it. So the containers, really, you don't need to know anything special. It's just a normal container. It will have your application state, just like you would deploy to Kubernetes or something else. And with function as a service, you kind of need to orchestrate your code a little bit different. Also on AWS, we have the equivalent, right? So we have AWS Lambda, which is also function as a service. And for containers, we have Fargate, which can be used in combination with ECS and EKS. And on GCP, we have Cloud Functions and Cloud Run. So when are we going to use it? Well, if we have a cloud that actually supports it, then a good way to use it is asynchronous work. For example, we have some API request that comes in. We need to do something, render a PDF, whatever. So we queue a message, we queue an event, and then we use serverless to do the work. Send a response back, maybe save it to the database, whatever needs to happen. And that's the end of it, right? We could also have event streaming. So if we have a lot of events coming from a lot of different microservices, then those microservices might want to stream those events, might want to consume those events. And in some domains, maybe serverless can be used to actually process these events and save some sort of state or some sort of event. And then we have data processing. So if we use, for example, Azure Data Factory or something like that, we have some transformations we need to run. We can also do that in Azure Functions, right? So we can integrate those functions into the pipeline. An interesting use case is unpredictable traffic. So, I mean, the simplest way for unpredictable traffic is, okay, we have low usage. We don't know when somebody's going to use our mobile application. Maybe most of the time our APIs are doing nothing, right? So in that case, if we actually spin up a container and we keep it online all the time, we're wasting resources. If you do that on a public cloud, you will pay for something you don't use. So that's a good case for serverless. But also, let's keep in mind a scenario which we actually have. So we have some application where we can have 3 days, no traffic whatsoever, then 2-3 minutes, 10,000 requests, more, 100,000 requests. It could be anything. And for that, we basically use API management. We then offload these events to Events Hub, right? And then we use serverless to actually process them, make sure that all these messages are processed correctly. So the validation of the requests is happening in API management. We make sure that all the data is there, that the data is solid, that it adheres to, let's say, our business standards, right? If so, we log the event to Event Hub, and then we process it with a function trigger. So what are we going to use, right? When we get started, we need to make a decision. Are we going to use function as a service, or are we going to use containers? So if you already have containers, or you just have a web API or something like that, then maybe we should go with containers because it's the least amount of work. But if we start developing a new application, and we start from scratch, we know that it's a little, that basically every HTTP request is a little bit of work, not too much, not too heavy, right? Then maybe we should go for function as a service. But when we do that, and we go for function as a service, we should keep in mind that we are now locked into the function as a service model. Because in general, you cannot easily migrate from function as a service to, let's say, web API. So with DevOps, if you look this up, most people will actually say that the DevOps is easier. And that is true to a certain part. I want to add to this that, okay, deployment is easy, building is easy. You basically just have to worry about your code. You execute one command to build it, you execute one command to deploy it, the cloud does the rest, right? But I also want to talk a little bit about the infrastructure complexity, because like the example I mentioned, right, we have an API management on Azure, an API gateway on AWS. We also need to manage that. We need to connect this to our backend functions. That also means that if you have some sort of open API spec or something like that, that needs to match with what your function actually parses. So you already have front end to back end communications, maybe the data contract is not similar there, which causes bugs, right? But now we also have a data contract that needs to be the same between API management and our function. So there, I think there's extra complexities. These can be solved, of course, with good processes. So also to make sure that the developers working on the functions are aware that API management actually needs to be updated. Maybe they can even update it themselves by modifying the OpenAPI spec, and that triggers some DevOps pipelines that then update the API management. It's perfectly possible. Okay, so if we develop function as a service, we should try to limit application state. In general, the rule is no application state whatsoever. But in practice, maybe that's a little bit difficult. So for example, if you have a function, maybe you need to preload some data from a file system or something like that before you can actually execute the function business logic. So if you do that, you need to make sure that you don't do that on every single function execution, right? Yeah, that is a consideration to keep in mind. Also, function duration. So if you're on a public cloud, depending on what you're using, they will not let you run a function for several hours. I mean, there are exceptions to that. For example, on Azure, you can use an app service plan, but then you're not serverless anymore. So if you want to use serverless, make sure that your function can execute in a reasonable amount of time. So I believe AWS gives us 15 minutes, which is slightly longer, but still not that much. And then tooling. I mean, obviously, all the IDEs support it. We have good support from every cloud provider. But I want to talk about the command line because I've seen a lot of people are using Mac. Not all IDEs are available on Mac. We are, I mean, .NET is cross-platform, right? And the thing that is supported cross-platform is usually the command line tools. So for Azure Functions, we can just get started using the Azure Function Core tools. For AWS Lambda, we can use the .NET CLI and just install a template. We've seen it a few times today already. And for Google Cloud Functions, it's the same. Okay, maybe a little bit more about the support for .NET, right? So if we're talking about the clouds, the general rule is that only the LTS release of .NET is supported. Currently .NET 6. There are, again, exceptions, right? So for example, Azure with out-of-process functions, maybe what is the difference between in-process and out-of-process, right? It's more like the in-process, you actually have your function code and the, let's say, runtime in the same process. Out of process, you have two processes that need to communicate with each other. So you basically have your own standalone application, which communicates, in case of Azure, over gRPC with the runtime. So there we support .NET 7. Also, AWS gave us templates that support .NET 7. On Google, there is nothing yet, but maybe soon. So I want to just make it clear that this is really simple to get started. So if you want to start building your functions today, all you really need to do is execute 2 to 3 commands. So this is basically all that's needed. And then you have a, let's say, template on your computer that's ready to deploy. Okay. So for performance, I already mentioned it briefly, but initialization codes. So for example, setting up a database connection, reading some data we need from a file system and so on. We really need to do that before when we load our function process, right? We shouldn't do that for every function execution because this type of operation is expensive and takes time. Maybe if we are processing some of the data that we receive on every function call, we always need, then maybe we should cache it. So a function ultimately is still a process. During the function lifetime, let's say, we can cache data. If we don't have data, we just fetch it. That's okay. But if we can speed up our function processing and eliminate some database calls just by caching a little bit of data, then I believe we should do that. The other point is keeping functions warm. Now, to me, this is kind of an anti-pattern. Ultimately, we are writing functions should be lightweight, should be fast to execute. So why do we need to keep them warm in the first place? If we really need to do that, let's say quick hack, for example, using Azure Monitor ping tests to keep our function endpoints warm. The other thing is we pay for usage, right? So if we can make our functions more efficient, then we pay less. One of the main things that .NET provides that we should keep in mind is async, because actually most of the processing time we need is I/O. When we perform I/O operations, we need to wait for an external system to reply. In general, we cannot do anything in the meantime. So if we keep our threads blocked, let's say, then we're going to be paying for that. If we use async, then we don't keep any threads blocked, meaning we're going to pay much less. So this is something that's got integrated into .NET 7 now. So maybe a little bit extra information, right? So normally when you build a .NET application, you compile this .NET application to Microsoft's intermediate language. That language is generally runnable, or at least can be compiled into native code. So this is kind of a language in between something a processor can run and the code you wrote. This makes it possible for a .NET application to be cross-platform. So basically, you build your code, you can run it on a Linux machine. If the runtime is installed, you can run it on a Mac, you can run it on Windows. Why is that? Well, because normally we have our runtime and we do just-in-time compilation. So if we have a method call, and let's say we never called this method before, then this method will be compiled to native code for the platform that it's executing on, right? And from that point on, this method would be cached in memory. So we're not going to compile all the time. This is just basically the first time we use the method. And from that point on, it will be in memory, so we don't need to compile it anymore. But first, I mean, we're talking about compiling here, right? So compiling also takes time. So for serverless, this is maybe not ideal. We have ahead of time compilation. Is basically where we already say which processor architecture we're targeting, which operating system we're targeting, and we compile straight to machine code. Now, .NET has two flavors of that ready to run, which is mostly compatible with any application you have already written in .NET 6, .NET 7, right? And what it actually does is it compiles certain methods to machine code, but the EL language is still there. This is done before we deploy, right? And this also allows you to still use reflection and things like that because the EL code is still there. We can do that. Obviously, this means that we now have larger assemblies because we need to have both the machine code and the intermediate language. So that might not be ideal for serverless either, because ultimately when a function starts, we need to load this from the disk. And then we have native. So this was, I mean, this has been around for a while. It's been a experimental project, but now with .NET 7, it's actually integrated into the main project, the main .NET project, and that's ahead of time native compilation. There's some caveats here. So, for example, we cannot use any form of reflection. There's no dynamic assembly loading. There's a few more limitations, but what we really have is machine code that can execute directly. So, for example, with the reflection, I mean, you can't use Newtonsoft JSON. It simply won't work. I mean, you're going to have to use system text JSON, and you're going to have to avoid certain features. But if you can write your code in that way, then we can do that. And the assemblies are generally an order of 10 smaller than actual normal compiled .NET applications. So that means we don't really have a lot to load from the disk. We have no just-in-time compilation. We basically have functions that are ready to go. So for cold starts, the main important point here is initialization code. We need to reduce that, as I already mentioned. We need to make sure that this is not happening during function execution. So we keep this outside of our functions. And since we want to start fast and we want to avoid, let's say, high latency for HTTP requests and something like that, I mean, obviously you have the cloud that needs to provision the infrastructure. But generally, the clouds are quite fast at doing that. So most of the time that a .NET function actually spends for a cold start is just-in-time compilation. So if we can avoid just-in-time compilation, then we can have cold starts that are similar to, let's say, other programming languages that compile to native machine code. So we can do that on AWS and Azure. So again, this template that I mentioned here for AWS, this is actually a custom runtime. So they already wrote the custom runtime for you. They wrote a function handler for you. So if you install this project, you're ready to go, and you can be assured that this is native machine code. So ahead of time compiled, right? For Azure functions, we need to use out of process. There is no way to use in process functions. So we need to create an isolated function. And then it's actually as simple as just setting some properties in the project file. So if we want to use ahead of time, then we use the first one. If we want to use ready to run, then we use the second one. Okay, I'm just thinking if I forgot a few things. Yeah, so serverless, we also have general support from the clouds that we can actually don't have to worry about scaling or infrastructure or so on. The cloud generally has some well-defined triggers for a function, has the monitoring in place to actually see if it needs more instances or not. So the cloud system will take care of scaling our functions. We don't have to worry about it. And if there's no traffic, nothing to do, then they are simply not provisioned and we don't pay for them. I think I'm mostly through my content. So, are there any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see.
Ham.
Okay.
Okay. Uh, your your section is a very interesting. So I have a question about it. How about sorry. Please explain what is initialization code and how to reduce it.
Yeah, so setting up a database connection, for example, is initialization code. So let's say you're using Entity Framework. The first time you create a DB context, we also need to create a connection to the database, right? So this takes time. This takes resources. Other things could be establishing other forms of connection, maybe some data we need to preload. So these type of things I would consider initialization code. Also, if you have some, let's say, heavy classes that do a lot in a constructor, for example, not sure why you would have that, but if you have that, then you probably also need to make sure that these constructors are executed before, well, only one time, basically, when your function starts.
Okay. So you mean many object that we initialize we may use it all the time in the
Yeah,
cycle, right?
correct. So it means that we basically will reuse the database connection for every function execution. It means that we can already have our object instances without that can be reused over the function execution.
Thank you very much.
Some other question?
Thank you, Dinan. Just one question about the last two options.
Yeah.
In the one of your page, you said if we are going to use the AOT, maybe there is some limitation for third-party NuGet packages or something like that. So if we are adding these two options to CS project, is there any limitation for the code, or just if we put them in the CS project, it will be fast, or the prevent call starts?
So first of all, you can only use one of the two, so you can't actually use both of them at the same time, right?
Okay.
The other thing is more that okay, you're not restricted from using NuGet packages that are not supported. Also, you won't find out until runtime. So basically, let's say you have a NuGet package that uses reflection internally, and you compile ahead of time native. Well, then if you execute this code path at runtime, you will get an error. So we won't really find out at compilation time. So I mean, it's not as simple. Especially if you use the first one, if you use publish AOT, if you turn that on, you on an existing project, you definitely need to do some testing to make sure that your project works. And if it doesn't work, then you need to find out why that is and change the code.
Yes.
For ready to run, normally we shouldn't have any limitations. So that one you can simply turn on, and normally everything should work as it worked before.
Great. And this options is only on .NET 7, or?
I believe the publish ready to run was already available in .NET 6, but publish AOT is new.
Thank you so much.
Other question? Okay, I come. Yeah, the guy behind. Okay.
Thank you, Dylan. My name is Randy. I want to just could you give us your real use case experience where you implemented serverless during your current development? Thank you.
Okay. Right. We have a few things that we implement serverless. One good example is PDF rendering. I mean, this takes a while. So usually we defer that work and we don't actually do it in the API that receives the request for a report, let's say. That is one example. Other examples is if we develop a mobile application where we have a basic CRUD API. And this CRUD API is not really doing too much complex things. There is no real state. It's completely stateless, whatever. Then maybe we can go with Azure Functions. So we also have a few of those. And the reason we're doing that is because the costs are much lower and we don't have to worry about scaling at all besides the database. So that are some examples. The other one where I talk briefly about what is actually a tricky case because we have no traffic and then suddenly we have 1 minute with 10,000 up requests. I mean, if you want to handle that using a normal API, a normal container, well, you need to pre-provision. You basically need to be ready to handle 10,000 requests in 1 minute. If you're not scaled up, by the time these containers start, it will be too late already. So that is kind of where we can use a serverless tier of API management, for example. So Azure will make sure we process all the requests. We offload those requests to Event Hub, which is also pretty fast at scaling, can definitely process the volume. And then we actually call external parties, so external APIs. So we need to keep some sort of a state. What is this request state? Is it already processed? Was the call to API 1 successful? Was the call to API 2 successful? And so on. So we can have a retry mechanism to make sure that if we accepted a request, we actually completely process it as well, even if the external APIs that we depend on are offline or not able to handle the loads. So that's a few examples that we used recently.
And I have another question regarding to start to make the local development on the serverless. As I know, for example, in Azure function, they have the two way to run. The first is the real serverless. That means it will have the new instantiate every time. And another thing in the premium tier that have the reserve item. So in that case, in local development, how to make is the same as on the Azure to test it.
Yeah, so they have an, I mean, it's included in the function CLI. So there is a way to start to function on your local API. So even if it's a queue trigger, let's say it's a queue trigger, Event Hub trigger, whatever, they will still spin up a REST API on your local system so you can emulate sending a queue message to that function. So it's basically an emulator. This also comes with an Azure Storage emulator, which we always need to run functions. So that is how you can do serverless development. So it's really not much different than you develop a web API. You basically just build it, start it, and then test it.
Okay. Thank you to Dinand. Guys, give him an applause because this is his first time here in the .NET Conf. And now, yes, that. Okay, now is the time of the guy that I want and don't announce. Just give it. Yeah, just keep it, right? There is the skip it button. You need to prepare yourself. I don't have. I don't know. Dun 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 dun. Guys, I'm happy to announce. I'm glad to giving you, Jose. Damn.
I thought I was going to break something.
Okay, you know, bad guy. I told you from the beginning, from this morning, bad guy. Shh, don't say it to anyone. He's a bad guy that I met a long time ago, and all the time and say, Giorgio, why you don't participate to the .NET Conf? Because I don't want to write the code. Every time last year he joke me and trick me and say, no, you need to bring the code to the .NET Conf. Okay, so I say 2022, I don't do anything. Are you ready?
Just one more second.
Yes, we are waiting you. Huh?
Promise I will be.
Yeah. Cold start, right? Good start. No, this is, according to my opinion, this is Jose start.
Cold start.
Okay. Guys, Jose Barbosa.
Hello, everyone. And just give me 1 second here. I will need this. I need a new computer. Working? It's gonna work. Just give you a second. Guys, the screen. Woo! We are live. Okay. Thank you, Giorgio. Thank you for the introduction. Sorry for the preparation. Thank you, everyone here. It's a pleasure see you here. My name is José Barbosa, and I am one of the how to say that I'm the last no, I'm almost the last to speak today. There is one presentation after me, okay, and uh, and I'm going to talk today about the states of ASP.NET Core. Okay, and this talk is similar with the talk that we saw in the .NET Conf in US by Daniel Roth and Steven Smith. Okay, Steven Smith also known as Ardali, and Daniel is one of the directors of the .NET, right? And I'm going to present. My name is José Barbosa. So, for these ones that don't know me yet, it's a pleasure. Nice to meet you. My name is José. I'm from Brazil, and I live in Thailand 5 years already, right? Pong put pasatai dai, dai in Illinois. Rian pasatai tu katit. Te rian put pasatai yak mak. But I try to push some effort, when I don't have a bug in production here or there, I learn a bit of Thai, right? And I have almost 15 years of experience, but for the last 12 years is when I work as developer, right? I've been coding for living. Okay, and my preferable way that I like to develop applications, right, is when I can get a project from the scratch, right, when the project is born, and I can bring that project to production, right. And in the last 2 years I have been focusing mostly on building high performance teams and how to collaborate together and how to grow people, right. Arrives one moment in our life as a developer or engineer that you realize that your impact is not so much as technical, right? There is a limitation how much you can impact technically in a project, and you realize that as a senior or a lead role, your role become more to develop people, right? Currently, I'm head of backend of 7 Peaks, right? We are hiring here in Bangkok, and as you can see, 7 Peaks has few of people involved with the conference, and we also are sponsoring the conference outside. Right, so if you like to work with the community, if you like the .NET Conf, or if you like to be in that environment where you learn, share with the community, probably 7px is a right place for you, right? Go there. If you want to work with me, we can build great software together. And for today, so my talk for today is the states of ASP.NET, right? ASP.NET Core. So why I'm giving this talk, and why I think this is important, right? Well, the first thing is because ASP.NET, right, is our loved framework with almost 20 years of existence, right? Since the beginning of C# or the .NET platform, we had the class, or even before the .NET framework, we have the classical ASP.NET, right? That was that one that you mix it with the HTML, you put your tags, right? And very, very interesting on that point. And for many years, ASP.NET was web framework was neglected by the market, right? No one liked to work with the ASP.NET Classic, right? So in more or less 2007, 2008, Microsoft started what we call ASP.NET MVC, right? That is on that moment that for me is when ASP.NET, as we know, as today, was created, right? And since then, a lot of evolutions happen in the framework. Nowadays, the ASP.NET, right, ASP.NET Core or ASP.NET if you prefer to call it, but what I'm talking here is actually the ASP.NET version, the core that runs on the .NET 5 or 6. You can still have the legacy .NET MVC that runs and in the full framework, but at this point this option doesn't make too much sense, right? So what is included in the framework, what we have today, right? So if you are building web UIs, what it means, you are delivering HTML, you are delivering your views with HTML and components to your client. You have a few options that you can pick. One of them is our lovely MVC, right? We've been working with MVC since 2007. And the second one is Razor Pages, right? Is a kind of lightweight choice compared with the MVC. Simple as PHP, I will say, right? You have your C# code, HTML file, you mix the both, finish. If in the last few years, well, since 2008-9, when Angular was launched, a lot of people started doing single-page applications, right? The demand in the market increased a lot. So ASP.NET today give you ways to integrate with your SPA framework, mostly Angular, React, or anything alike, right? But the last one in the family is the Blazor UI, right? That is basically a way for you to run C# code on the client side without any framework, right? And how this, any external plugin, and how this works, WebAssembly, right? And that is basically an open specification to run binary code in the JavaScript machine, right? In the JavaScript virtual machine in your browser, right? So we have a full set for web UI, right? And we have if you are building backend service, mostly API communication, right? HTTP, you can, or real-time communication, or gRPC, right? So in my opinion, a few of frameworks in the markets offer you a full suite of development, right? And you can go to other platforms like Rails, right? Ruby, you have Rails, is very, very good for MVC, but we'll only do that. You only do MVC. If you try to do SPA with Rails, you are going to have some problems. If you try to do real-time communication, you are also going to run some problems. It's not that it's not going to work. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying not saying to you that APIs can't be built in Rails, right? But it's very comfortable for me as a .NET developer. Know that the framework that I use, the stack that I use for more than 10 years, I can deliver today any kind of application, right? Even mobile if I want. Is the same code, the same language, and the same tools, right? So and what are these tools? What is the same basically, right? All the stack that you see from middlewares, right, would be the same over all the platform. Doesn't matter if you do SPA or Blazor, you are going to use the same authorized attributes on top of your methods, the same that we saw in the session this morning, right? And you have caching, you have security, you have localization and globalization, right? And not only that, but imagine about logging, configuration, options, dependency injection, okay? And these are talking only about your project, and then now we are going to run the project, right? We have a different set of servers to run. We can go with Castro. We can go with Castro and put Nginx on top of that. We can go to IIS, right? Or you can go to Castro plus IIS, or you can use our old and our old friend HTTP sys, right? That is basically the parts of the Windows HTTP platform, right? Is actually the HTTP sys that we are talking about. Is the same one that runs behind IIS, okay? And Microsoft don't stop to add more and more options for us here, right? And here I'm talking only about the web scenarios. If I start talking about machine learning or a mobile application, desktop application, right? This stack will only grow and grow. And what is fascinating on that is that all of them are built on the same foundation, right? Okay. And in the last few years, the team has been pushing a lot of efforts in the performance. Is a very big topic. How much performance you can push out of .NET, right? And I remember when Node was launched, right? When Node was launched, .NET usually handled 300,000 requests per second, right? And Node was like, oh my God, look, Node.js is like twice faster than Java, twice faster than C Sharp, right? These were talking about 10 years ago. Node was a baby yet, and we don't have .NET Core on that point, right? .NET Core was launched V1, V2, V3. On the .NET 3, the team started to deliver a lot of performance improvement, and we saw this from 3, 3.1, 5, and now with 6, right? Now with .NET 7, we have a throughput, we have request rates, right? 11 times faster than Node, right? What it means? While Node handle around half a million requests per second, right? 500,000 requests per second. A simple web server, a empty web server, right? I have to say, and with ASP.NET Core is going to handle more than 7 million requests, right? This number is crazy if you stop to think about that, right? Imagine that you have a project running in Node.js, for example, in 11 servers, and you decided to migrate this to C Sharp, ASP.NET Core. Now you need only one server, right? You reduced your infrastructure costs 10 times just because you decided to move to a different platform, right? And from where these performance improvements come from, right? Or where this benchmark is done, right? This is the Tech and Power benchmark, right? And here we are talking about the empty website, right? Basically, I do a request that return me a normal file or a normal a string, right? Empty string, something like that. There's no processing, no database involved, right? So and few of these performance improvements is due to a guy called David Follow, right? He's one of the main architects of the ASP.NET project and creator of the Signal R and creator of the ASP.NET Core, right? And one of the big improvements that we see here is with the usage of the span, okay, span of T, right? And also the gRPC, right? I remember the talk last year. In the gRPC test, .NET was in the second, right? Only losing for Rust. After 1 year, now 2022, we have .NET using gRPC faster than Rust. Okay, this is something really, really impressive to know, right? And these examples of performance don't finish here, or is not something just presented by me, right? And in my previous companies, we had cases where we migrate from .NET to the full framework to .NET Core, and we saw our dashboards getting better, right? The number of requests increased, our latest go down, right? And I would like to share a few of examples to you here, and not simple examples, but something that one of the biggest software company in the world is doing, right? Microsoft. So we have Microsoft Graph. If you are using Azure B2C, or if you are using any of Office 365 features, right? You are probably connected with Microsoft Graph. The Microsoft Graph API handle 7 billions requests a day. It's not million, it's with B. Billion. 70 billion requests a day. When the team migrated from .NET 6, right, they got 37% CPU decrease, right? It means that now you need, before you need 3 servers to run the same code, now you need 1 server. 91% of operational costs going down, right? What it means? Your Azure bill, right? They do, Microsoft don't have an Azure bill, but if they had, right, it would be 90% cheaper, right? Imagine you arrive to your boss and say like, oh, next deploy that we are going to do, we are going to be 10 times cheaper, right? We can remove 9 out of our 10 servers, right? Microsoft Azure Director, right? 185 billion requests a day, 67% of CPU improvement, 50% in gains in the app efficiency. Teams, Microsoft Teams, right? Around 50 projects, 700 APIs. With the migration from .NET 6 to .NET Core, 25% improvement, right? These some huge numbers. And the example goes on and on, right? And we have Cosmos DB, Exchange, Outlook mostly, right? And here we have our Azure App Service, right? That is the one that runs our apps when we deploy to Azure. Okay, this is what we call the front-end roles, right? You can read a post about that and how it works Azure in Azure by itself, the internals of the Azure, right? But mostly there is, when you send a request for the API gateway, this space, sorry, for the app service, this is going to hit API gateway, right? That so on was powered by Nginx, right? With the .NET 7, they were able to replace the Nginx by EARP, right? Yet another reverse proxy, proxy product from .NET built in C#, right? So they, with these changes, they were able to increase the throughput in 80%. Well, what this means? Now they can handle 80% more requests than before, right? These are amazing numbers if you stop to think about. Okay. So there are some big features announced with the ASP.NET Core 7, okay, and few of them, and I'm going to show you. We are going to discuss a bit here, right? So here we have faster HTTP2, right? Part of the performance gains was by improvement in how we handle HTTPs, right? In the last few years, we have been using span of T to handle all of these connections, right? Not allocating memory. And this is super interesting. We also have a new and modern HTTP3, right? And WebSockets, before you can do only over HTTP1, now you can do over HTTP2, right? And we have some improvements for the minimal APIs, for example, and we simplified the authentication and authorization of that. As we saw in the session in the morning, before I had to add some parameters, now it's a single method, right? And now we also have a command line tool called user jot, right, to handle your JWT, right? Very interesting. And our middlewares that we always had, right? Now we have some new middlewares for outputting cache, request limiting, and request compression, right? And rate limiting is going to be very interesting, and something that we usually rely on in some external packages, for example, Poly, right? Can do you some rate limits, or we usually do this with API gateway. Okay, but sometimes there is the need to do this in app. So now we have something, right? So as I mentioned, parts of the improvement, performance improvement, was due the migration of the HTTP, right? And if you're not aware, mostly of the web today nowadays is running in HTTP 1.2, okay, or HTTP 1.1. And HTTP2 was launched for some years already. Okay, many of the frameworks is going to take advantage of this, right? And I believe that few of you are using already in production or should be using in production. Okay, but HTTP 3 is coming already, and if you want to learn more, you can search by quick. Okay, is the implementation that is replacing, let's say, replacing the current HTTP2, okay, built by Google mostly. But the idea, and with HTTP3, is we change from the TCP to UDP, okay. And so there are some big changes coming to the HTTP protocol, or basically there are big changes coming how the web works in general, right? And this picture here is mostly a benchmark to you, just showing, these are not changes from .NET Core to .NET 5 or .NET Framework to .NET 6, right? What I'm showing here is just a change from .NET 6 to .NET 7, right? So it means that if you just go to your runtime, to your computer tomorrow, upgrade your application. You don't need to change the source code. You are updating the runtime, right? If you update the runtime from .NET 6 to .NET 7, right, you get 16% of improvement in the performance, like as for free, basically, right? You get another 8% for plain text. Okay, that is basically the 7 million requests that you saw before. You have another 16% for JSON, and you have more 25% for fortunes. Okay, and plain text JSON, I think, is pretty clear what it means. The fortune, I want to get some minutes to explain that, right? While the plain text and JSON is basically you sending receiving and sending JSON to the server and measuring the performance. The fortune is basically the entire stack, right? So here we are talking with entity framework, database, and API compression and everything, right? End to end. And if you these were talking only the JSON, okay, the left side. But if you decided you use gRPC, right? You are using gRPC already in your company, and then you decided to upgrade to .NET 7. Now we have an option to use gRPC with HTTP2, right? The new implementation of HTTP2. gRPC was already running in the HTTP2, but parts of this HTTP2 implementation are still using some primaries from the platform that will allocate memory. This was totally replaced by the spans of T, right? What gives us huge performance gain. If we are talking about gRPC, we are talking about 8 times faster. Okay, 8 times faster than just updating from .NET 6 and .NET Core. And what gives us now the C# implementation, right? The C# implementation of the gRPC is the fastest one available and wins from Go, right? I sorry, I'm not sure now if it's the first or second, but I know is pretty on the top, right? So you also have 5 times more requests per second. Okay, if you run in the biggest Azure VM available, right? That is the Ampere Ultra VM. And few of other changes and advancements in the platform, right? HTTP3, as I mentioned, is a big change. Basically, it's going to change how the web works, right? And WebSockets over HTTP2. And now we have also this one is experimental, right? Is the web transform that is basically the multiplexing, right? Basically a two-way communication between the client and the server if you want to use for, and you mostly use it for WebSockets or server push notifications, right? So if you want to get started with all these news, if you want to get started with this, there is a very easy way. You can use the minimal APIs, okay? And I believe that this is pretty, you all know about that. Is something launched last year. I want to do a highlight here for the API. Can you see the screen or can you see? Okay. So now we are getting more and more express like architectures for minimal APIs, right? So let's suppose you have a route that you call it to do, right? So you have always to be repeating this in your minimal APIs. To do is slash new, to do is slash blah blah blah. Now you can create a what we call it a group of routes, right? With the mapping group, and that is going to create you a prefix for your route, right? So as you can see in the second example, this public, right? The full path is going to be to do slash public, and then you have to do slash private also. Okay, we also have Blazor, some of new features in Blazor. Blazor is basically a way for you to build your entire application with C# running C# in your browser, right? Really recommend to you. Now, I want to do a parallel here about how we build applications and what is the importance of the ASP.NET MVC, right? Or ASP.NET Core, sorry. So let's suppose you have a typical application where you have your front end and then you have your back end, and this communication is done between we call it a conference DTO, right? A view model that is shared between the client and the server, right? And you have single page application sending requests for that, right? And I see I saw this mistake more than one time, right? When you have this scenario, like, oh, you have this application, you have your SPA and etc., right? What is the view, what is the model, and what is the controller, right? A lot of people get this confused, right? So I would like to clarify this now, right? When we talk about ASP.NET, right? ASP.NET or ASP.NET Core, we are talking about the view framework, okay? ASP.NET Core is only going to handle your concerns for the view, right? So in the MVC that we are seeing here, right? We have the sorry, we have also controllers, okay? But the point what I want to put here is that our model here is not our view models that we have in the code base, okay? Our model here represents, right, from the business layer to DAO, okay? What means that ASP.NET is our UI, is our framework for the UI layer, okay? There are other frameworks and other patterns for your data access and business layers, okay? But when you start splitting your project in any layer architecture, okay, your ASP.NET Core is going to be the UI layer and only that, right? So you have view, the models, and the controller, right? MVC is a pattern for the UI. For business layers, you have other patterns, right? CQRS, for example, is a pattern for business layer. DDD, for example, is another pattern for business layers. Repositories, for example, are patterns for data access layer. Okay. And my question is, do you really need a minimal API, right? Because unless that you need a very small API, your project will end up growing and you are going to go back for something like MVC, okay? Or at least you are going to have the controllers in place, right? And you have few options when this happens, right? What you can do, you can use clean architecture, right, to help you to organize your project. But with minimal API or with the traditional MVC with controllers, you are going to need an architecture, right? If you think that your minimal API is going to solve all the problems, sorry to say that, but you are wrong, right? Minimal API is going to give you different problems, okay? You need to know which problems and when to use it properly, right? So this is an old presentation from Microsoft, I believe from 2008, 9, something like that, that explain mostly the any tiers architecture, right? You can have, this is the no tier, you have the 2 tiers, 3 tiers, and then the tiers and so on, okay? And here is mostly what we talk about business, clean architecture or hexagonal architecture, okay? So you have your business domain layer here, okay? This one here, domain layer, is not ASP.NET. This one here, okay, this one here, and this here is going to be handled by the ASP.NET, okay? You can imagine that your ASP.NET by itself is only a gateway for you to talk with your business logic, okay? And I'm going a bit over time here, but there are some categories of objects that belong to your core projects or business project, okay? And some others that are going to belong to your infrastructure project, right? For example, system clock, date time, right? Everything that you are mentioning about date time is an infrastructure concern, file access, database, for example, right? So independently if you have minimal APIs or the normal architecture, you are going to find objects with this responsibility. And what belongs to our web, okay? Here we are talking about ASP.NET Core. What is going to be belong to your web project, right? Your endpoints, the view model, razor page, controller, views, and blah blah blah, right? When you see the MVC, that MVC, the traditional diagram, right? Imagine that when you see the model, right, it means all the other layers that you have in your stack, okay? And when you need, there are some components that you need cross-cutting concerns, right? And we call it shared kernel, okay? And here is just an image how the ASP.NET Core middleware pipeline goes on, right? And this is reused by other frameworks on the stack, right? All the ASP.NET middlewares follows actually this pipeline. Controllers, right? They are just a middleware, okay? And well, we are right now from the .NET 7, November 2022. And next year, I hope to see you in the .NET conference, right? We have the .NET 8 in 2023. And I believe this is pretty much all for me, right? These are some new features that we have in the ASP.NET 7 that I don't have time to talk about. And thank you very much. It was a lovely presentation. See you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sorry guys, we skip the session, the question here. We can networking the question later. Let me introduce. Yeah, last but not the least, finally I met him again. Yes. I met him. No, don't worry, don't worry. I met him. Yeah, 3 years ago. Yes, 3 years ago, and we start to speak about entity framework. And I remember I speak during after lunch. He have the last talk with Jose, and we spend all the lunch time to speak about the entity framework. After I discovered that he has the talk about entity framework and the database persistency. Are you ready? Okay, fine. He's make a lot of video, a lot of lesson on YouTube and Facebook. He is post on the website at codesanuk.co.th. If you don't see that, never go there. Please go visit his GitHub. That probably can be helpful for you. Wow. Ready? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, Aaron.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I feel so excited. You know, it took me like a year. I haven't had like a public talk like this, and I'm a little bit nervous. You know, and actually, you know, when we say about presentation, we don't want to like ask for apologies like that, but my computer has problem, you know, it's crashed, and I need like to create a new test admin user. But anyway, in the last minute, I get the demo work, but hopefully everything go well. Okay, so let's jump into the presentation. Okay, so my talk is about EF7, and if finish this, and if you try like to update EF to the latest version EF7, you will find a lot of improvement about performance. So I put this slide because I want to thank organizer people like that, because it's very beautiful. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. So let me introduce myself. My name is Aaron, and I am the admin of CodeSnook page and admin of .NET Thailand group. I don't know if anybody know the .NET Thailand group. Can you raise your hand? Wow, I think I count more than 70% people know. Almost people from that community. And I also have the open source project, CodeSnook and the Thailand repository. But mostly I contribute to the .NET Thailand, and I encourage you guys to like contribute to this project. For example, I was so excited, you know, about the Hacktoberfest, and I did many PR like last October, and I was so happy that so many people joined our project and made a lot of pull requests. Thank you so much. So I want to show you about the fact for our community. So right now, I maintain the CodeSnook website, CodeSnook page, which has more than 21,000 people likes And I also work on the Thailand website, which is almost 10,000 member now. Yeah, can you put your hands for that? Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks. So on the left hand side, you will see there's a lot of contents that you can contribute as well. And we always give credit to our contributors. Okay. What? Okay. So no worry about code example. We have the code example here, and you can like download it later and the slide with the links. So for the demo, I want to show a little bit about demo. So it is a EF Core Node app. So it is very simple app because you can create notebooks, which is a container, and then you add the node to that notebook. And finally, when you create a node, you can also add the tag for that. This is the look and feel of the application demo. So I want to ask one question. Is there anybody doesn't know what is EF? Entity framework? Everyone know? Wow. So I think we can ship that slide. So I have that because I'm worried if anybody, there's someone doesn't know about what EF is. So yeah, I will skip this slide, but I have this for reference. So, and as you know, right, you can use EF to our major database providers. SQL Server, Azure SQL Database, Postgres, MySQL, and Oracle. And if you want to know more about the provider, you can check this link. So let's talk about what's new in EF Core 7. So there is a major update. It's about JSON column. So right now it supports JSON column. So instead of, right, you have relation object, instead of make it to a new table, you can pull it and use it as a JSON column and map with NET framework. You have bulk update, bulk delete. To get a better performance, you reduce the round trip to hit database. It is very important for like a lot of update, delete your application. And EF Core team try to like optimize the safe chain to batch updates to make a better performance. There is also something about mapping as well. It is called table per concrete. So given this example, you have like a animal abstract class, back to OOP class, right? Basic, like couple, right? Parent on C# object. You have animal class abstract, and you also have cat that's derived from animal and dog derived from animal. If you use EF7, which is support table per concrete class, you can map dog and cat to individual tables, but not for the animals. So this reduces some duplicate code and better performance than like a table per type. And there is a custom T4 templates for like an existing project that you have database, right? And you want to migrate to EF, you can like create a T4 text template and generate the EF code for you. It also supports stop here, like better for stop here. And internally, there is some improvement about query and even interceptor, but I haven't gone in detail on that. And a lot of things that you can check on the like the main project of the EF core. So let's start about the JSON column. As I mentioned earlier, JSON column is not new. Most database, major database support that, and SQL Server as well since 2016 it support, but it haven't had in like a mapping in the core. So right now it's supported by that. And actually, internally, SQL Server doesn't support, JSON type natively. We store as a waka or nwaka, and we use some like a technique like a JSON function to query data. If you want to learn more about something like index JSON column, you can check that link as well. I want to note something like that about the support about the JSON column mapping. So right now it's fully support in SQL Server and Azure SQL database, but for SQLite it's coming, and other provider EF core team working with on it, and it will release soon. So to run our demo project, the minimum requirement you need to have like a .NET 6 or 7. So EF Core 7 target .NET 6. So you still, if you have like a .NET 6 project, you can still use that feature with .NET 6. So do not need to like upgrade right now. And the minimum like you need SQL Server, Entity Framework, and actually it's pull the EF Core internally, and you need like a EF Core design for run migrations. And if you guys work with the EF migration, you still have to install the .NET Global Tool EF Core migrations. Okay, I want to start demo. Phong. Thank you. Okay. So actually, I have started the project. So it's a node applications. So here, the website is running, and as you can see, right, it starts by creating a notebook, which is a container. And after you have that, you back to the main page, which is node. And if you want to create a new node, you create a notebook, and then you can fill information. Given the example, I already have EF7, and when I click that, it fill informations. So talk about JSON column. So we need to go back to the notebook entity. So I have metadata properties, which is mapped to notebook metadata. So I don't want to like, I don't want to put this information to a new table. So I can map that to the JSON column. So how can I do that? I back to the DB context. So then I can use to JSON. The key is that after you map the relationships, you use to JSONs. So how do you use that? Go back to the notebook controller. So then you can query, which is normal that you're familiar with. My example is not like a real world, right? But I can later show you real world that application that heavily use JSON document in the database. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, okay, if you're curious more about JSON, I have existing presentations in the previous about JSON in SQL Server. Like you can check, I have the link attached to this presentation. So next, I want to talk about JSON in real world a little bit. So I right now like contribute to the Orchard Core CMS, and it is a .NET CMS project, and not sure people here know about this project. And the thing is that it try to like for example, you have this event page, right? You have event, it's called content item, and it's composed from many parts. For example, in URL, it's composed from auto root part, title part, and HTML body part, and map part to compose to this object. And instead, it saved to individual table. So it's pulled together to JSON object and reduce the join column, join table to better improve performance. And if you want to learn more about Orchard Core CMS, you can go to NET Thailand. I have some of documentations about custom Orchard Core CMS For example, this is written in Thai, but why you need to consider Orchard Core CMS. And I also have a long hill to custom Orchard module step by step, and you will find the database use JSON a lot. All right. And let's move on to the execute delete. So this is an improvement in EF core. So instead of you need to like get object, right? You find some object by ID, get to the memory, get to the controller, and then you delete it, right? You have a round trip to the database. And if you use this new method in EF core 7, so you reduce database round trip, you can execute only one command and then delete the object that you want to. And let's talk about delete object injections. Given this example, I have existing code, right? It gets node, right, by ID and try to delete it. And can someone tell me that what is the downside of this query? Can someone? The downside. The downside of this query. Yeah, it's 2 round trips. Yeah, that's correct. So with the delete execute, you can change to this with a where clause and then execute. Finally. Yeah, finally. That's the key. Yeah, okay. Okay. You got it. Okay, let's see a little bit demo. So if I want to delete a node, right? I go back to the applications, and if I execute delete, yes, and let back to the terminal. So, doesn't show. Anyway, but let me show you the code. Okay, so if we have the delete async, here the old code I commented already, and the new ones you use execute delete async after the where clause to get object, and then you save change. And instead of 2 round trip to get object first with the select statement and delete it later, it will combine. It will make only one command, delete where from. So if I believe it should show delete from maybe above. Anyway, that's all right. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, so the next one is execute update. So it treats the same thing like execute delete, right? Except that you need to provide which column with property that you want to update. And given this example, the same, right? You want to update like the name of the tag, and instead of you get the tag first and set the properties, you can do something like this, right? You can like filter to get that object and execute update async. Okay, let's see a demo. Let me create the terminal again and start the app again. So if we were go to tag, not ready yet. The website not ready yet. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So we have tag DB, and I want to change to SQL, and hit save. Here we have update statement, right, with parameters, and without select get the ID of the node first. Okay. Okay, let's talk about a little bit about performance improvements. So after we have the batch operations on that EF Core 7, so here is the graph that I took from the .NET EF team. So on the left hand side, it's talk about working on the single entity, single object when you want to like insert, update, delete query, and on the right hand side talk about the when you have 1,000 of entity on the operations. So I want to point out that the red one, right? For example, with the batch, with the bulk, the execute, update, execute, delete, right? You gain like almost average 4 times improvement for the single entity. And when it comes to 1,000 entity, you have huge improvement and to like more than 40 times for update and 30 times for delete. And you can see the graph, it drops a lot, right, from the batch improvements. So this information took from this project, so you can check that from the link. Okay, before we jump to the finish, I want to talk about like an open source project a little bit that I mentioned earlier. It's about the NET Thailand project, which is hosted on GitHub, and you are welcome to like contribute to this project. For example, we have 22 issue, and you can start contribute on this. Okay. Yeah. And we won't forget to like give credit to contributor, so it will show pop up you immediately after your PR get merged. Okay. And there's another project that I want to like show is about the Gatsby. Anybody here use Gatsby? Okay, nice. So our .NET Thailand website is actually is Gatsby project, and we have our custom how you call it is Gatsby template, and we make it like easy to use. It is a minimal portfolio website, and what it look like is that this, and I think we can contribute to this project as well. I think it's pretty useful for people to like want to make a personal portfolio website. Given this today, I will use it to put information about AT framework presentation to this website, and you can contribute it as well. Okay, and thanks for joining us today. And this is very useful link that you can check. There is some like a link to the .NET Conference Global, right? The video, the YouTube, and most stuff that you want to learn more about EF Core. So I hope you like enjoy the presentation. Thank you so much.
There is some question for Aaron? One question.
I have a question about like JSON column. So if we have like a query that's like a contain like the huge query record like a 10,000 or like over than that, and how about like the performance about like the JSON serializer doing that in each column, or do it like a lazy load or like eager load, something like that?
That's a good question. That's a good question. So right now it select is a part of column, right? So it equal load right now. So, and actually, if you know, right, the fact is that it's an NVARCHAR, so it limits to this number for that column. So it cannot go like huge more than that. And then, right, it limit by that.
That means like the JSON column, the size of JSON column not hit like a 10,000 or in NVARCHAR.
Yes, like that. For because it is sorry, the NVARCHAR max is up to 2 gig, right? It's huge, right? But The thing is that because it's equal load, so if you have very huge, it will like use your memory, right, object, right? So you need to make a design on that, or like equal load do think like that, or you can projection select statement. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, nice. Thanks for that. I hope I answer your question. Not haven't we look into that? I can. Right. 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 Because SQL Server doesn't have like a native JSON like Postgres. Yeah, Postgres have you have special operation on the JSON because you have JSON type, and SQL Server has XML but not JSON type, native type. Okay. Any more questions? Yes. Hello. Hello, John.
Hi, nice to meet
Thanks,
you.
no question.
Okay, I have a question about uh, execute, update, and delete. Does it support the complex query for update or delete? For example, in some situation, we need to join some. In this example, is get the query to the node, right?
Uh-huh.
But sometimes in the situation that we need to find condition from another table, we
I
need
see.
to join something
I see.
else.
Yeah. Yeah.
This function support in that complex.
So I think it's the problem is about the where clause. If it
Yes.
can translate to correct SQL, and if
Yep.
it can translate to correct SQL, I
Yes.
believe because it get the right object, it can execute correct to delete. Because the delete is simple, right? Delete with the ID like that and internally.
Yes.
But the where clause you need to translate to SQL. So I think I used to work with NMNS a lot in the past, and I found like EF SQL, link in EF has better translation to SQL statement. Yeah, we need to experiment that because
Okay.
sometimes when it comes right, it complex, very complex. So you can like translate to correct SQL and error runtime. Okay. Welcome. Hello.
Hello. Is there any built-in bulk insert operations in EF Core 7?
Yeah, I think there is in that, but I haven't looked into detail. But yeah, there is insert, but haven't looked into detail. But I think that the idea is that one thing I found, right, before when you try to insert object, for example, even one object, Entity Framework try to like open transactions,
Yeah,
and it
try-
overhead.
Yeah.
Because if it's one object, when you send that command to the database actually do it for you, and you need to do that. And when EF try to do that, it start the whole head to the database.
Yeah,
And
I face some
the team
problems
try
with
to
that.
make like a batch insert like that, I think internally.
Mhm.
But I haven't experiment on that for this presentation. I will check for you later. Yeah,
Okay,
and
thank you.
post on the Thailand group. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
There is some other question for Aaron? Okay,
Yeah, here
another
we-
one.
Hey, so given all the performance improvements in EF recently in the past couple of years, where we are at the point where some scenarios that were typically very bad in EF and micro ORMs beat in performance EF, but with the recent improvements, that's like I've seen scenarios where that's not really the case anymore, and EF matches or even beats solutions like Dapper in performance. Like, are there any scenarios where you still wouldn't recommend to use EF compared to like more lightweight solutions?
Okay, I see. Actually, I have looked into this about improvement compared to the Dapper like that. In the past, on last year, the team right present about that a lot improvement and very close to the Dapper. But I follow update, but haven't had like a new like a experiment on that. Maybe they like they focus on something else or not. I'm not sure about that. But I'm not sure in detail, but I can have a look on that because I want to see a table as well if it's a scenario to compare to the Dapper like that, because for some operation it's very close, but not yet, right? It's good enough, but not yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Well,
Thank you, May. Thank you very much.
You can stream from there. I can
Let's
do
go
here.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Can you give me the cable? Oh, sure.
I move this in the middle of the time because this is the moment of the closure, not the closure of the operation. It's the
Closing
closure, yes,
session.
the closing session. Nerd. Yeah. Tan tan taran tan tan taran. Who was after guide? Picture, guide, picture. Need to wait to the bad guy. Do you know that? And my question is why every year we have to do with this guy? Every year. It-
Can I? Yeah, sure.
Ecco. Thank you. Was the first time that came in the .NET Conf, guys. And do you want to say something?
Yes, it was a pleasure to speak here today. So I thank you for your attendance and your interest. And maybe I can speak again next year. So thank you. Thank you.
I have my backup. I don't need to speak anymore. Yes. Wait, the picture.
I would do like Superman. Next one. Oh.
Aaron, where is Aaron? Come, dai. This is a bad guy. This is a bad guy. Dai. Su, dai, su. Dai. Cioè, every year I need to fight with this guy. There is a .NET Conf to organize. When we start to organize? August or September, because after we can go too much in delay. No. Okay, no. Start now. Dai.
So yeah, I have to give up there together.
Yeah, come here.
Yeah.
So it's nice today, honestly, you make me a surprise because he says me something. You are here. I am very happy that you are here. So
yeah,
because you are a good contributor for this community, both for the code and both for the human factor. So I'm very happy that today you are here.
Yeah, and me too. And thank you so much for everyone for joining us today. I'm so happy, and I hope have you guys like in the community, even online, offline. And yeah, thanks for coming today. And hopefully everyone have like something that in your thinking and continue more about extend your knowledge, right? Not only this session and continue learning and happy coding.
Yeah. And I want to say one thing else also. Aaron, he was one of the original organizers of the .NET Conf, right? So we started all this that we are seeing this. We started 2018, right? Aaron was Aaron and Pla was the original organizers for the first year, and then second year and third years forward, Georgia Joyous, and now we also have Bo and Shangra, right? And the organization team is always looking for people, right? We lost Aaron, and if you are interested to join us, please join us. Let us know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Picture time. SQL Server.
Not yet.
Not
yet.
I think you are the last speaker, right? Yeah. A round of applause for Aaron.
Yeah. Please, guys.
Can I have all the
Speaker.
speakers on the stage?
Yes. Yeah, no, yeah, all together. Please, between me and Jose.
Happy for you.
Can we do like one? Java.
Yay! Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for contribution. Thank you to be here all the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to you. Thank you to Max. No. Okay, now the sponsor. That is the give also another big help for us to the organization for the practical things and all the possible facilities that we can give to you today. First, TT Software. Where is Pong? Where is Pong? Yeah, okay. Pong, come here.
Yeah, everyone from TT Software, you guys can come here.
Yeah, dai,
All
come.
the staff from TT Software.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for the contribution. Thank you for the proper answer when we post the message. Please.
Come.
Wait. Another guy, we lost one.
Here. So TT Software is hiring. If you are interested, you could be here. Join us next week, next year, or join TT Software. What did we do at TT Software. TT Software. Yeah, TT Software. So, yeah. TT.
แตกต่างเพื่อรวมกันไงครับ
A lot of tea. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to you guys. The other one is the 7Peaks software. Please, I would ask the people that represent 7Peaks here, come. That with you, okay, but without the other bad guy here. Bellissima here, okay.
Everyone from 7Peaks.
What shall we do? 7Peaks software.
Seven. That from this morning. Now I learn. From this morning, I learn. I learn from. Should be the left hand. Yes, the left hand.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Also, we say thanks to the boss.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And thank you very much for 7Peaks sponsorship.
Thank you also for Gummy Beer.
Now Gummy Beer.
This is Ryan. Ryan.
Woo!
Please.
I'd really like to actually thank our other sponsors today, particularly 7Peaks and TT Software, because you've contributed so much to this conference. But I especially want to thank Jose and Giorgio because they've put in a huge amount of work. And it's been a fantastic event. There's been a great turnout and a huge amount of engagement. And there is a lot of work that goes into this, in case you don't know. So please, big round of applause for these guys and the fantastic effort that they've done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Picture. Come here. Quick. Close here.
Now, Aji.
Elegant.
Yes.
So thank you, Gummy Bears, for the sponsorship. It's the second year of them, and I hope this partnership many years. And the next on our list, yep. And so Microsoft is also supporting the event. They always support us every year, right? And a huge chance that next year we are going to use Microsoft's Office for the conference. Pantip.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for joining us, and we hope to support you more for the .NET conference next year and for the .NET Thailand community as well. Yeah. Thank you for the organizing as well, Jose, Jojo.
Thank you for the help. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
All the posts that we have on the social media is his work today. So if you check the social media, Twitter, Facebook, his job. Stay silent. You need to work. Good guy. good guy in the middle of the bad guys. Yeah. Okay.
Huge help. Huge
Yeah.
help. We love to have you in the organization team. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Huh?
And
This is easy.
Microsoft to see this picture, they will
Yes.
never more give
Yeah,
money.
probably. We have some issue after. Probably. Can you delete this picture immediately, please?
Okay.
Okay. Special thanks, because we need to greet someone that work hard during this organization.
Wait,
Guys,
I think
there are the Aaron with the Kosanuk website, the .NET Foundation, Pantip that help us for the Spark the Tech Thailand. There is T that is not here for the Tech Flow side. They give us a huge help directly and indirectly, because this .NET conference is possible in Thailand, is possible only by the contribution of this guy. So today is not only my effort or the OSE effort or specific people organization effort. Is a team, a group effort. I want to say thanks to them, because they contribute every day, every week, every month to the progress and update about the .NET technology and .NET business. I guess that they deserve a big applause. Woo! Other big thanks to Bo and Chan, because they covered all the marketing part. You was bothered by the email, by the announcement on the all social media by these two guys. So if someone can be joined here and participate today, is also the result of their effort and their work, that they are forced to stay after work with me, Jose, to speak about the organization. And there is, can I have this meeting from home? But okay, go home, but after we have this meeting. And yeah, how much we stress you? A lot.
Yeah. But it has been fun.
Yes, a lot,
Yeah.
especially
Really
a lot
a
of fun this year.
really a lot.
A lot. Okay, guys, please, again, an applause to them, because today you are here thanks to them.
Woo! Can we take a picture together? Okay.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Okay, last but not the least, at this slide, I am said all the year. See you 2023. Guys, this conference is possible not only by me and by Jose, that Jose organized this, Jose Aaron start to organize this from 2018. I join only to the organization, and I start as speaker after as organized as speaker. Guys, there is a lot of work that I discover after the join with Jose, and is the every year is a new challenge. I need to say that I joined several times during the 2 years that we organized together, right?
Yep.
Yes. And Jose every year come with a new challenge. And sometimes I ask, but it's only an event to organize. No, every year is different. And every year we have new challenge, new idea to put in place. So, first of all, thanks to Jose, that is the main guy, is the face guy for this organization and for this event. Nothing is possible without him. So
Thank you very much.
for the next year, as I said before, without you is not me. Jose doesn't care. Without you, this conference is not possible. So start to bother us for the next year. Don't worry. Don't be ashamed. You come here. We are friends. We are together. We are working together. We share the same problem and the same solution. Come here. If no problem, don't be ashamed. Enter in the community, participate to this community, not only with the code, but also to stay here and speak about something. What you like. That's the point. What you like in .NET. Okay, put better in this way. So we need you, because without you, we cannot organize that. My recommendation for next year, we won't receive your message on Facebook, Line, Twitter, whatever. I won't be the speaker for the 2020 here. I have this argumentation. Fine, cool. This is a success. I play with the Gittat a lot because really now I saw him as a grown man. When I met him the first time, he resembled to me as a kid. He make a lot of progress, an amazing growth. I met him in 2019. So come, have fun together. That's the trick. After this, I enter this sadness part because I need to say you bye to the next year, and I hope that I will see you again. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
You.
Do you want to say something?
Yeah. See you all on the .NET Conf 2023 on November, probably 25 November 2023, right? So far we finish with the golden key, right? I want to invite you all to the stage now. Let's take a nice picture here. So please come join us. Come, group picture.
Okay, die, because, okay, what I need to remove, some table from here? Yes, probably. Oh, okay, straight like that. Okay. Join. The last picture, guys, was 2019, right? Yeah, 2020 was the COVID, yes. Yes, now you, yeah, sure. Yeah, but you need to remove this. Yeah, some chairs probably to put, that's better, that's way. Okay, the tall guy behind, the shorter one in front. The first line, please start to put on the knees. Yes, exactly. Good. Why every year I need to do that? Okay, join. Guys, you are not part of the picture. You are out of bound. Guys, there is space also here. Yes. Over there is space. Pantip. So. I have. Okay, is everyone? Wait. Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's me, missing me. Yeah, you pull out me.
So much. One more.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have t-shirts. We have t-shirts.
We have t-shirt, the sticker.
We have t-shirts. T-shirts for free if you want.
Give me one of
T-shirts.
Which
Get
size
one.
you have?
Wait, we don't have L. What size is louder?
Give me M.
M. Okay, we have one M.
Only level means 5, right?
Have one more M.
L.
L. I don't have L. I have XL. Can do
Yeah, I
that.
guess so,
Uh,
Take it out for me. Yeah.
I have XXL.
Yeah, I can write.
XXL. L. Oh, one L.
Sure. Great.
One L. And I have S and medium now. Medium M. L L I don't have. M I have. No. Okay. Wait. XXL. I don't. I have XXL. Okay. No, I have one L. Okay. Perfect. T-shirts.
Everyone stamp.
Oh, it's time. Oh. Parking tickets, parking. Parking. What size? Maybe I have X, M.
Or maybe just L.
L. I finished it already. And I have only M and S.
Okay.
M?
Thank you.
This one. Oh, this one S. Okay. I need one M. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can. I think M will be good for you. Yeah. Okay. Hello. T-shirt. Parking. T-shirt. So I have M. M.
Thank you.
M.
Present.
I don't have L. I have only M.
I'll take an M.
M.
Thank you.
Okay.
อยากได้ติ๊กเกอร์จะเซ่ ติ๊กเกอร์
Ticker.
ติ๊กเกอร์
me.
โอ้นี่ทีเด็ด I need this
I need parking.
yeah .net ติ๊กเกอร์ .net สติ๊กเกอร์
Ticker. Mami.net tickers. .net ticker finishแล้วนะ
โอ้ยอะไรวะ
Baby Yoda.
baby
Baby Yoda sticker. Baby Yoda.
มีบัตรจอดตลอดวัน
Parking.
ก็ขาย
Can get one. Sandeep, I'm very happy to see you here, man. You got their t-shirt, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I hope
It was
you-
great. Yeah, of course. I hope maybe next year we can talk.
Oh, next year you can come. Yeah, it would be amazing if we talk. To have more people, right?
Okay.
ยังใช้รอสักครู่เลย